Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. And I know Natalie's outside. This is one of our 2 STIP workshops that we hold. We'll have this month, and then in the month of April, we're really going to be going from looking at the higher level, strategic level, what the goals are for the organization, tying that back into program level funding, and then working our way to project level decision making over the next 2 months, 2 to 3 months, I'll say. And so the idea here, we've been doing these STIP workshops for over 30 years. The idea is that this is a safe place. This is a place for conversation. It's a place to challenge what you hear, to understand, and to kind of, there's no, just because it might feel like we're going down a path, everyone has the ability to say, wait a minute, I don't understand. Have you thought of this? This is that place for that conversation. So we try to make it casual. We'll refer to commissioners probably by your first names. Except for, yeah, and so we're going to try to make it that way. So what I would like to do is, I'd like to go around the room, but I'd also like to include the folks that are supporting all the work here that are in the back of the room, just to do introductions, maybe where you work. And then I'll see if Senator Ibsen has any comments he'd like to give to the commission here or to the department, or we have some of our partners here as well that we couldn't do the work that we do without them. So again, Carlos Braceras, Udot, and we'll start here with Lisa, go around the table, and then we'll go to the back.
Lisa Wilson, Deputy Director, Udot.
Ben Hewitt, Program Development Director.
Cincinnati Udot Commission, and welcome to sunny St. George.
Promise.
Thanks for the balloons today.
Rick Torres, Region 4 Director of Udot.
Donna Locke, Commissioner at Large.
My name is Jack. Nice between Senator Ibsen and I. And Kevin Fantastic, Commissioner at Large.
Luke Kramer, Commissioner at Large from sunny downtown Salt Lake City.
Someone mentioned today.
Monty Aldrich, Region 4.
Rob Quaker, Region 3 Director for Udot. Jim Evans, Commissioner, Region 3.
Arkansas Project Development Director.
Whit Peterson, Operations Director.
Bob White, Region 1 Director.
Rhonda Menlove, Commissioner, Region 1.
Robert Stewart, Region 2 Director.
Good morning, Natalie Goffner, Region 2 Commissioner.
Colby Alderson, Governor's Office of Planning and Budget.
Leif Elder, Policy and Legislative Affairs.
Sharon Lear, Finance Director.
Nathan Lee, Technology and Innovation.
Heather Barkle, Commissioner Assistant.
So we'll stop here. I'll just, for those that might not know, Linda Hull announced her retirement. Today is her last day in the office. And Leif, I've asked Leif to take Linda's position. So yeah, that's a big loss for us, but I'm really, really happy for Linda.
Did you lock the door so she couldn't get out?
I didn't. I don't know what I was thinking, but she has been a huge part
We didn't approve that.
of this department. I didn't either. You kind of get to understand, I guess, at some point what you actually have control over in life. And she's been taking care of her mom, and she has plans to travel. And we wish her the best. We are recording this and we are broadcasting this on YouTube, right, Ivan? That's we're not your pictures, we're not, you don't have your computers in front of you, so we're not doing it in that way. So I think the TV, the screen is what's being broadcast and the audio is being broadcast. Okay, Ivan's giving me the nod, so we're okay with that. And of course, we're trying to take notes, keep track of this. Sir, do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Jack.
Yeah, you can see where this is going. Ivan, why don't we start with you? But just Ivan and his team and Ben have been working for months to get to this conversation. So I want to thank them for all the work they've done and will be doing here as we move through today. But Ivan and Bob.
I'm financial programming for Udot. Bob Kelly, I'm STIP coordinator. Nathan Peterson, Region 2 Deputy Director. Chris Slater, Region 1 Program Manager. There's a Johnson.
Regina Bellborough. Emily, and I'm my mom's favorite child.
That's good.
Casey Brown, a consulting engineer with AECom.
Greg Curtis, interested citizen.
Chris, your job, you know what your job is, right, Chris?
Ms. Peterson, for Oxygen Trips. Jim Manuel, Udot Project Director, Region 4. Brad Palmer, Region 2 Program Manager. Jared Beard, I'm the Region 4 Traffic Operations Engineer. Tracy Munson, I'm the Region 4 Area Maintenance Engineer.
Sharice Walker, Region 4 Project.
Mark Peterson, another interested citizen.
And well, we do that technology information.
For Lead Technology Innovation.
And Carrie and Jordan are the ones that make sure all the technology works for us, so we really appreciate that. Thank you.
All that with, right away, I do order preservation.
Dave Lauber, Region 4 Program Management. Charles Stormont, the right of way.
That bridge management engineer.
And Eric Buell, Bridge Program Manager.
Cheryl Gershon, structures.
Kevin Kitchen, Region 4 Communications.
Awesome. We miss anyone? Okay, Senator, is there anything you'd like to share with us?
No.
Well, thank you.
For all the good work you do.
Well, thank you for all the work you did here over this last session, and you'll probably be heading back north tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. Okay, so Ben, I don't have the agenda in front of me. Did I do what I needed to do at this point? Okay. Again, conversational question challenge. We should have the expertise in the room to respond to your questions. Okay, so commissioners, anything is fair game.
All right, good morning. Ben Hewitt, Program Development Director for Udot. So I'm just going to do a quick agenda review. We're going to go over, I'm going to do a quick workshop overview, provide some background information that we share each year at this time of this programming session. And then we'll have Leif do a legislative update. And then we're going to have Shara do some transportation state funding review for the transportation fund first. Ivan is going to do some of the federal funding review, and then those two things feed into the program review and funding recommendations for those types of programs that Nate will take care of. Then we'll go back to Shara and do some more funding review on some of the Transportation Investment Fund, the TIF, TTIF information, and then we'll go over some project review and funding recommendation review within that category, and then we'll end with the region reports from each of the regions. We'll go over some of the past contingency projects and some other highlights that they want to share. So with that, see if I can get this to work. So I'm just going to navigate. Let's see, I'm going to navigate back to the website to show everybody how to get to this. So to start off from the Udot website, I'm going to go down to the Transportation Commission information. This is talking about the meetings that we've got going on. We've got a link here for drafts STIP, and clicking on the process link. So one of the first things that we start with is an excerpt from Utah Code that talks about the duties of the Transportation Commission. So this sets the stage for our programming workshop. So in in that section, one of the duties is determine priorities and funding levels of the projects in the transportation system. So we've included that there. And then another, if you go down a few letters in the reference there, one of the other duties is to hold public hearings and provide public input on the transportation matters, and that's what the Transportation Commission meetings do. So we always like to highlight that to start with. And then just to kind of orient what we're going to be doing over the next few months, as Carlos referenced, this is a calendar that shows the activities that lead up to the STIP submittal and approval. So we're in the March timeframe here, so we're doing the commission workshop program review, and we're going to be going over program summaries. As Carlos mentioned, we generally do the program level approvals next month, which that sets the stage so that then the project level approvals can happen the following month. So it all kind of builds on itself as you move to the later in the months. That being said, there's going to be a few items that we go over today that are where we're going to talk about some project level stuff due to a few things. Some of the federal funding that's available now is facilitating some of that, and then some of the others that may need some additional coordination or may benefit from an extra month or two to talk about those. So we won't stick strictly to this program level today, but we'll call that out as we go. So any questions on any of the initial process overview or calendar or anything before we jump into Lake's information? Perfect. Okay, we're ready for the legislative update. I'll try to get back to the right spot here.
Lake Elder, for one more day, I can say the Deputy Director of Policy and Legislative Affairs, Linda said she was going to be listening in, and if she is listening, she wanted to say thanks, Linda, and really appreciate you. And I wish you were here doing this right now. No, actually, I enjoy this, so thanks, commissioners and everybody else that are here. So the legislature did a number of small things that affect the Transportation Commission. There's one big thing that I'm not going to take any time on. I'm going to leave that for Shara and for Ben and perhaps some others, and that's the money. There was an additional investment in transportation around $1 billion. That's $1 billion. And working with the legislature in the session, they seem just pleased that they could make that kind of an investment in infrastructure and for the future, really. And so that will be talked about a little bit more, so don't expect too much right now on that. I'm going to talk about the little things that affect the commission. So first, the RUC program, or the Road Usage Charge Program. I think you're familiar with this. The Representative Ray Ward ran HB 186 vehicle registration amendments, and that suspended the Commission's authority to determine the RUC rate until 2032. The bill, there was some concern that maybe the RUC program had a little more of an effect on the electric vehicle market, and that maybe we wanted to back off that a little bit. And so Representative Ward ran this bill, and that changes the RUC rate. You can see in 2022, the rate is 152 or 1.52 cents per mile. The commission set that at 1.5 cents, and that increased by inflation to 1.52 cents. In 2023, when this bill takes effect, the rate will go down to 1 cent per mile. And then in 2026, an increase to 1.25 cents. And in 2032, that'll be increased back up to the 1.5. And All the while, this will grow each year based on inflation, and then we'll have those programmed increases. But in 2032, the commission will again retain its authority to change that rate if they so choose to. Affordable housing. We all know that this is an issue. The legislature, the primary bill to address this issue is HB 462, Utah Housing Affordable Amendments. Just a little background. The legislature has long encouraged cities and counties to have a plan regarding affordable housing. In 2019, SB 34, they established plan criteria and as well as minimum requirements for the plans. And they provided a penalty for non-compliance. And we were part of that. And when I say part of that, it wasn't our proposal, but they had us be part of the penalty, which was that UDOT may not program TIF or TTIF projects in a year where a locality does not meet the minimum requirements of the affordable housing plans. This year,
Does that mean no projects at all, or just not in that county?
so when we're talking county, we're talking the unincorporated areas of the county, and we're talking about actually programming. So the commission can still prioritize and budget and schedule, but as far as for budgeting and scoping, but as far as scheduling and moving forward on a project, it can't happen in a year where they were not compliant with the minimum requirements of the affordable housing plan.
So is it just in the locality or statewide? I don't understand. The penalty sounds like if you can't do it at all, period. Or is it just in the area where?
Just in the area.
Okay.
So if as a city, say St. George or whatever city it was, they were not compliant with their affordable housing program, then within St. George, a program could,
For example.
a project could not be programmed. Yes, for example.
Thank you.
Yes.
Have they said how they're going to define those? What is the requirements? What are they going to be held up to? Is it
They,
going to be the same in, across the state? Is each individual area going to have different rules?
so not all areas will be required to have a plan. And so this bill was lengthy. I'm not an affordable housing expert. I read the bill and read a 9-page summary of the bill. And so there are several options. They kind of put out a menu of things that you can have in your affordable housing program, and you have to choose 3 or 4 of those as part of your plan. And if you don't meet the requirements of having a plan and having a certain number of those options, then that's when you can be penalized.
So the local entities put their plan together, and that's what they're held to.
Right.
And it's Department of Workforce Services that makes that determination as whether or not they're compliant. It's not you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Department of Workforce Services will forward that. So this year's bill provided an incentive to exceed the minimum requirements. And if they're able to do that, then the commission may give priority consideration to the TIF project within that city or county. And again, that's a may for the commission, but that's the incentive. If you go above and beyond the minimum to a certain level that's established by statute, then you can have a little bit of a bump perhaps in the prioritization process if the commission determines to give that.
So we also need to mention, go ahead, please.
You don't need to.
No, you go first.
I was just worried he was going to leave
Remember,
a
we said we're
slide.
not going to be flat.
He's still on. I'm channeling you, Lou, here, but there's something really interesting that you're seeing here. You're seeing a positive incentive and a negative incentive. And the economic literature often will show that the positive incentives are more effective. And Lou and I, I'm channeling him because we were at a event this week at the Upward Center at UVU, where Art Laffer presented this point. And he used a really interesting metaphor. He said, if you feed a dog, you know exactly where the dog will be every time it's feeding time. The dog will come, the dog will be there. If you are harmful to a dog, you will never be able to find that dog. And so just sort of interesting, because this plays into just that exact kind of thing. So I would think that this HB 462 is some really good public policy, just from my perspective.
They had a stick before, and now they've added a carrot.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I was thinking
Anyway,
the same thing.
We also need to pay attention to the word may. It's not may shall, it's may. May, no. There's a shall now.
Correct. That is, shalls and mays are very important. In this case, it may. You may have heard about this bill, HB 322, Public Transit Capital Development. It requires UDOT to manage and oversee fixed guideway projects for UTA. Those projects are only if those projects have state funding, and they specified a couple of projects that we have to take over now. But in the meantime, we're going to be creating a plan. The legislation requires UDOT to create a plan to show how we're going to do this. And so the projects that we're immediately begin overseeing are the front runner strategic double tracking, as well as the transit at the point of the mountain. That plan, the legislature set aside from TTIF funds $250,000 for us to work on that plan, and again, we'll present that to the Transportation Interim Committee probably in October.
Well, let's do it at the end of October, so
Sure.
probably November.
Perhaps November. My feeling is we'll need all the time we can get. So there's also provisions in the appropriations bills that allows UDOT to use TTIF funds for project managers for the specified plans. So the result of that for the commission is that there'll be less TTIF money for the commission to prioritize, because some of that will be coming to UDOT for this purpose.
Like, can you go back one slide? I just had, I think I understand very clearly what UTA does, but the definition of fixed guideway, can you define that for me?
Sure. So when we talk fixed guideway, we're talking light rail, front runner, and bus rapid transit.
Thanks. Interesting, just interesting terminology. Right, ask another question. How does this affect the double tracking and front runner?
That's a good.
I'm saying that because it has, you know, a plan, not till October 31, but the double tracking is a live fire.
So what they get, so we were given specific direction that for the double tracking and for the point of the mountain, we step in and we start doing that now. That's why we needed the authority, because we can't use the gas tax. State constitution provisions restrict the use on transit, so we can't pay a UDOT employee to work on transit. So that's why we needed some flexibility with TTIF to be able to execute what they're asking us to do. So we are now, I'll say, accountable, and we are, responsible for how that money the state is investing in transit, for the double tracking, as well as whatever comes out of
Does it affect existing contracts or only future?
Yes. Yes, because those existing contracts have been done with the money that was appropriated last year. So it includes this last year's appropriation and the money that was appropriated this year as well. So we're jumping into the middle. Some would argue we had that authority already, and that this is clarifying language. It's certainly a lot more clear.
Thanks for that question. Any others before we move on to the next bill? SB 166, Aviation Amendments. This bill added a statutory duty for the commission. And so I've just stated the language here for you. One or more associations representing airport operators or pilots in the state shall annually report to the commission recommended airport improvement projects and any other information related to the association's expertise and relevant to the commission's duties. That's the new statutory duty. That was requested by the Utah General Aviation Association and Utah Aviation Coalition. And my guess is you probably received that report in May or June at the same time when the commission receives the draft airport capital improvement program.
Was this, was the genesis behind this idea the fact that they don't think we're getting adequate information from our internal team regarding airport status?
I don't think so.
I wouldn't say that's it. That's, these associations believe that aeronautics needs to play a higher profile role in the state as we grow. And there was conversation about creating a separate, they were interested in creating a whole new state department for this. They were interested in maybe a separate commission or board, because they want more focus on aviation. And so this was the compromise language to try to address that concern.
Great, thanks for that background.
Okay. To HB 409 recreation infrastructure amendments. This bill creates the outdoor adventure infrastructure restricted account. Okay, it's funded through a 1% earmark of the state sales tax. The purpose is to provide outdoor recreation infrastructure and access to recreation. So the 1% sales tax earmark was estimated to be about $36 million for fiscal year 2023.
Excuse me, is this just 1% of the outdoor recreational merchandise? Or is it
No.
1% of the gross?
It's 1% of gross state sales taxes. Yes. It's not tied to recreation purchases. So,
Do the counties share in payment of the counties and cities share in that expense, or is that just all coming from state budget?
all from the state budget. It's just similar to, say, earmarks for transportation. It's a certain percentage of the state sales tax base. So in this fiscal year, of that $36.2 million, $16.2 million was appropriated to the TIF for new fun and recreation projects. So I want to emphasize here that that's for fiscal year 2023 only. We don't know what future years will look like. That could be more, less, it could be zero. We just don't know. But the remainder of the rest of it, the $20 million that was appropriated to DNR for trail projects and that sort of thing. The commission prioritizes projects as directed by the legislature, and they did give a little bit of direction in the intent language of the appropriation bills. And they asked for $10 million to be used for paved pathways with a 20% local match, and the remaining $6.2 million for paved pathways and access to state parks from state highways. So it's specific this year. If in a following year, the TIP was to receive additional monies, we don't know what that'll look like. It could be broader and be used for recreation in general or access to recreation in general. We just don't know. But for this year, this is what's been provided. So, yeah.
Like the 16.2 million, that's part of the 36, my understanding.
Correct.
Do you know what happens to the remainder?
So the 20 million goes to DNR for some grant programs, and I believe those include making dirt trails, trails that Udot will be involved with will be paved. They'll still be non-motorized and pedestrian type trails, but they'll be paved.
That's interesting. So this is really a trails.
Yes. This time, and again, it can change as time goes on. So
One other question on the slide, there's an interesting comment, commission prioritizes as directed. I want to understand that better.
Sometimes the legislature gives direction to the commission about how they can prioritize. And in this case, they didn't give specific projects, as sometimes they do, but they said, hey, 10 million of it has to be for paved pathways, and you have to have a 20% local match for those projects. And the 16.2 million, as is shown there.
Gotcha. So the bullets below are what we mean by direct.
Yes,
Yeah, good.
that's the direction they've given. And sometimes they don't give any direction. They just say, here's a pot of money and prioritize it through your normal process.
Just to fellow commission members, and maybe Carl's thinking about this, but sometimes you earmark something and you're just giving more certainty to things that are already occurring. But this is like net new for trails, if I'm seeing it right.
You know, we've had, the commission has been selecting and prioritizing the trail projects, right, active transportation projects here for the last couple of years. We had some one-time money last year for dollars. The governor's request this year had asked for, well, we 35, did we have our 40? 46.2, 46.2, precise, that's where this came from. And, but there's a last year's session, we created an outdoor recreation. What's it called? Committee or commission or outdoor recreation commission. And they met over the interim period. I think this is part of what came out.
Garden City already applying for one of these grants, and that's a bonus for a small community with a lot of reach. And so it'll be interesting to see if that's funded, but this was a great opportunity for them.
I'm surprised that this isn't more commonly known, because this is a really big move for life quality for our state, what they've done here, but to earmark sales tax for it, that's saying that's a priority.
It's a commitment, yeah.
So,
We'll
I didn't
talk about it more in the later sessions, because we've got to build upon that 35 million last year with those regionally important active transportation projects. So like I think Commissioner Neville mentioned, some of those quality of life opportunities. So we'll have some more information on this specific to connect the dots.
Okay, here's just a couple of pieces of legislation you may be interested in. They don't have huge impacts for the commission, but wanted to just mention a few tidbits here. I have HB 319, which requires the commission to work with Udot to provide signs on highways that cross the Jordan River. And there was a 22.7 thousand, so 22,700. 22,000
millions.
We're in the thousands now. About $23,000 earmark for the TIF to provide these signs. And this piece of legislation, I think, came up last year, and at that time, UDOT came up with a plan of sorts to where these signs might be located, but it did mention the commission to work with UDOT to be able to provide that sign, so that might come to you at some point. SB 13 requires UDOT to complete an environmental analysis for a western extension of SR 92. The project folks will talk more about these kind of things, but just SR 92 is the Timpanogos Highway there, close to the Plain Mountain. HB 2, Terry, who's not here, wanted me to make sure and mention this. Technical Planning Assistant Grant Program funding increased from $900,000 to $1.6 million. The technical planning grants are helpful for local governments. It helps them to be able to use their transportation dollars more wisely and more efficiently, and at the end of the day, make our transportation system all that more better because the dollars are used and they get some help with planning and figuring that out. And SB 75 one of the most important bills of the session, limits revenue from traffic fines to 25% of the local government's general fund revenue for a fiscal year. Some people,
I paid it.
so be careful as you travel. That you may not have to be as cognizant, but please drive safely. Be safe out on the roads. I think I saw already this morning of some crashes and things. So let's be careful.
Anyway, know when cities reach 25% so that we can know.
So the bill has provisions in it for our state auditor to monitor this, to make sure cities and counties are following this. And if it goes above and beyond 25% of their budget, they have to send that money off to the state for the state's general fund. So that's how that works. But that's all I have at this point. If you have any questions, happy to answer that. We can talk later as well. So, questions you'd like? Turn it over to Sheriff.
I'm Sherry Hillier, Finance Director with Udot. So I'll be summarizing that FY23 budget in terms of what occurred during the legislative session. And as Leif mentioned, we did get a good amount of some one-time funding. So
Here, Shara,
I
can't.
my voice does not project very
Yeah,
well.
get closer.
I will stand right over the mic. Okay, I'm Sherry Hillier, the Finance Director. I will be summarizing the FY23 budget in terms of what happened in the legislative session. And as I mentioned, we did get a good chunk of one-time funding, so we'll look at what our ongoing funding is and then what the one-time funding is. So we will orient ourselves, I can read that, there's a lot of information. Orient ourselves in terms of these two pie charts. The one on the left represents our ongoing funding of about 1.8 billion. And then the one on the right is the one-time funding we received for about 1 billion. And so these, the slices of the pie chart, or I guess donut chart, are broken out by the funds that we received them into. So on the left, on the ongoing funding, we'll first focus on the transportation fund, which is that green slice. And then on the right, that small gray slice is the transportation fund, the money we received there. And we'll focus more specifically in terms of the budget on the funding that the commission will be approving and prioritizing. So list of numbers I know are not fun. This will be shown visually in the next slide. But this is just to show in the transportation fund, the revenue sources we receive into here, mostly the largest portions are fuel tax. And then on the right is how we have distributed, plan to make those expenditures by line item. And the blue highlighted line is the highway systems construction, which the commission approves and prioritizes. So shown visually, the revenue is broken out on the left, and our largest portion, 58% of the funding is from motor fuel. And then on the right are the expenditures broken out by those line items we just looked at. What's interesting is that dark blue and that reddish and that gray, that's all funding that we transfer out to other entities for BNC roads, TIP, and then other agencies. So about 37% of the funding we get into the transportation fund, Udot doesn't use within Udot. But of the funding we keep, the largest portion are used on operation and maintenance and the highway system construction. So the one-time funding we received into the transportation fund, that's on that first slide, the pie chart on the right. We received 44 million of one-time funding from the general fund with intent to be used as described here, 40 million for transportation infrastructure to match a federal rail grant, 1 million for wildlife accident prevention, 30,000 for highway fencing, and then 3.8 million to transfer to UTA to complete the depot district. will turn it over to Ivan.
Good morning, Ivan Harrell, Financial Programming for the department. We, several months ago, when the Infrastructure and Investment Jobs Act was being discussed, we showed this graphic to the commission, just highlighting what we had estimated in fiscal year 21, and we forecasted this flat going forward, and programmed versus what the IIJA estimates were coming out of the bill. The highlight was 38.4 million is what we had programmed flat versus the 436 million in these core formula funds, with a difference of $52 million. Some of these programs are sub-allocated. For example, the Surface Transportation Block Grant, 55% of that in the FAST Act was shared with NPOs. It's now going up higher, close to 59%. Our CMAC, the NPOs program in the non-attainment areas. And then the NPO planning is also one that gets sub-allocated with our NPO partners. So of that, when we also include the carbon protect, we spoke with the bridge formula funds, that will also come up later in the presentation. The difference in fiscal year, the addition to this currently is projected at 57.5 million. Some of these programs we're still waiting on guidance on, so we may end up changing. Well, I will say we plan on changing this. We'll come back to the commission at that point as we learn more from the federal bill that's coming through. The important part is to note this amount later on when Nathan's reviewing our program requests and program summaries. You will see a 22 adjustment for some of these programs. And that was just a very quick remember when.
The big Yahoo in that is the additional money for transportation solutions, right?
Yes. In previous years, we've also used this graphic that shows us the fund types that we've talked about so far. Shara just talked about the transportation fund, 173 million. Our highway federal funds for 2023, now that we're estimating, and this 173 again is from just a moment ago. The 514 is slightly higher. It's 2% higher than the numbers that I just reviewed here, because this is a FY22. We do not yet have the fiscal year 23 apportionment tables, but we know at a bottom line it increases 2% from last year. So we just took a straight 2% and added it across all programs. So again, if we take that stack of money, the Transportation Investment Fund for the TIF preservation for pavement in 23, it is $10 million. From those three stacks of money, we make these adjustments. $106 million of this funding will be shared with our NPO partners and other planning agencies. We adjust our state transportation fund by our state match for our federal money, and that gives us $434 million of federal money to program, $146 million of state transportation fund, easy, and $10 million of state TIF gives us $590 million for projects really wants to move forward. So this number here, I'm going to stop here at 590, and we're going to hand off our next.
Question, Ivan. On the 6 million, is it divided equally between NPOs or the proportion?
It's proportionate, and I will show you later when we get to here under our pass-through. Again, we don't have those apportionment tables yet, but there's a pretty good assumption that we can go through, and we've already communicated the differences in 22 that we've received to the NPO partners, as well as what our projections are for 23, knowing that they're just projections at this point until we get those federal apportionment tables out.
Okay, so the opportunity for the commission is, after we figure out the kind of money we have, and talk about what all of our assets look like and what might be needed. And my goal today will be to help all of you get a feel for a summary of what we feel like the assets of the highway and local transit and trail, et cetera, what all of those different programs might look like. We'll talk about what those assets perform, what they look like. And the place that I'd like to start that conversation is here with the Udot strategic direction. What we bring to everybody's attention, hopefully in the strategic direction, is an overview or a picture of what Udot has. So I'll give you a few examples there. First of all is this example here about there's almost 49,000 public road miles. And if you click in this particular thing, these are the statistics we keep track of in terms of what those public road miles look like. I'll give it a second to load here. It's fast internet. Sure. So you'll see over on the right-hand side where we have a number of different ways we look at mileage. In this case, we'll talk about centerline miles, and that means that it's a 5-lane section or a 2-lane or 1 lane. It's just counted as 1 centerline mile. We also count things like the amount of area or the number of lanes, different things that are there. And within our annual statistical summary, it keeps track of all that information. But when you're looking like, well, where do 48,000 miles come from? You can see 24,000 of them in the county, 12,000 in the cities. There's 6,000 that are federal eligible, nearly 6,000 other Udot state highways, and then there's other portions which are like Forest Service roads, et cetera, that fit in that total. And I give you this idea. And on the left then, you'll see some other statistics that play into this. Some of the things related to what our BMT looks like and how it's broken down for all of those things have a place and a factor conversation for us for what's there. So we looked a little bit about that road mileage. One of the things we'll talk about a little bit today is bridges. And there's some things you might want to say about bridges. And I think the graphic we have here helps everybody understand just what's going on with our bridges. So there's always questions about how many bridges do we have and what are they eligible for and what's happening with bridges. So I'm going to take this little arrow and show you this diagram right here. What you can look at on this diagram that's here is you'll see that over here on this side are local bridges and over here are state-owned bridges. But within the national highway system, you'll see that there's actually some local and state bridges that are eligible for a funding type, right? And then within the federal aid system, which is also federal money, you'll see even a larger portion that are available on both sides, both the local and the state. And then when you look at just bridges that the state needs to maintain that are outside of this eligibility, there's this small portion for the state, and there's this large portion for the locals. And some of the funding that came out in the new federal transportation IIJA is what we refer to that bill. It helps us address some of these different bridge types. So I wanted to bring this to your attention today so you can see when they talk about funding money to local bridges within a bill, they're talking about these portion of bridges that sit over here that are eligible to be funded with federal funds. And you'll also see some of the discussion that's held from state money that's applied to local bridges and how that might work, as well as those that sit here. Again, that's what we try to help people be able to see. And then there's questions about, well, where do my bridges fit? What do they look like? You know, what part of the state? The other thing to bring to your attention here is this information here. You can see this is when bridges were built. So prior to 2000, our bridges were designed for a 50-year life for the majority of bridges. And after that point, they've increased that design life to 75 years. But again, this gives you a good feeling to see when the state system, the heaviest portion, started in the 1960s, of those that are still in operation today. And you can see within the local systems, about 20 years later, they started taking on a large portion of bridges as well. And that's one of the factors for bridges that over time things age and you're like, well, if they're in this fair condition, we're trying to keep them out of a poor condition for management types. When will these big curves hit us? We just want you to pay attention to this age because it has effects on some of the decisions later.
Nathan, that's a terrific graphic to help understand.
Thanks. You can thank Cheryl. I think that's her handy. So yeah, we appreciate where they're at. So again, those are the types of things we try to put at the beginning in the strategic direction to help people understand. So to summarize that, there's over $50 billion worth of assets that we're asking you to help us program money for to maintain the prioritization that we see necessary to keep them in good condition. We break that down by this graphic. What you'll see in this particular graphic is we classify all of the different types of things we do into 3 tiers, tier 1, 2, and 3. And this tier 1 asset that's there, it shows over in this box, those assets are managed by performance criteria. So we have expected measures, we do risk allocation and create targets to maintain and use a performance-driven mechanism to try to seek the amount of funding necessary to maintain the assets. And this gives you an idea here of what qualifies for those. And all of those that you see on that list will be talked about here in a minute.
You can see that small writing. Why don't you read the elements of it?
Yeah, so they make up pavement, bridge, our ITS devices, our signal systems. Striping is a new one that's moved into this category, and pavement messaging. Right? And sometimes pavement messaging and striping are talked about as the same thing, sometimes they're different, but some things like your crosswalks, other things to help pedestrians, which we'll talk again about how pedestrians need to be more visual to motorists, etc. And that's why we have them broken out here, so you can recognize that we're dealing with both elements, both the devices that warn people, pedestrians, the actual paint or tape or epoxies that go on the ground, etc. So those are elements that the department has moved into tier 1 most recently.
Nathan, remind me what ITS means.
They're all of your electronic devices that give people like a Hawk system, warning people that something's coming into an area, those types of things, anything that's tied to our fiber networks that allows you to know that elements are happening. Your overhead sign boards that not only tell you interesting messages sometimes, but give us important feedback for time and travel, that type of stuff.
Thank you.
Troy, anything else you'd like to add to that ITS discussion? Devices, cameras,
More traffic cameras.
or CCTV, roadway weather systems, weather stations that you have out there.
There's a lot.
That's why they call it ITS, because we couldn't make a simple acronym that's get there. They call them Intelligent Transportation Systems, right, Troy? Is that right? That's what ITS stands. So,
That complements everything, our ways, they're one of those acronyms, weather information systems, cameras, the signs you see on the freeway, residential signs.
Some kind of the stuff you saw when you did your TSC.
Yeah.
All the cameras. There's a lot that goes into it, all IPS.
Commissioner?
What I find interesting about that part of the presentation is I'm used to thinking about UDOT in terms of total road mileage or vehicle miles of travel. I've not ever thought of it in terms of assets. And so was it 50 billion?
50 billion.
So if you think for a second, University of Utah is the state's largest employer. Think what their assets are. Think of Intermountain Healthcare, second largest employer. Think what their assets are. Think of Walmart. Think of Amazon. Anyway, I don't know if anyone can come close to this in any way, shape, or form.
It's important to know this though, because it's philosophy, good roads cost less, good bridges cost less. So when we make recommendations in terms of program levels, we're tying that conditions, and we tried to determine what's that optimal condition level for these tier 1 assets to maintain. Pavements, whether it's high volume, low volume, bridges, so that it's a lower cost of ownership, but it's also maintaining it in a condition that's safe for the public.
Yeah, and what I'm thinking of, Charles, is just the size of the enterprise. Just the, really impressive. Very valuable.
A lot of stuff.
And the fair market value is probably a lot higher. I mean, if you had the Charles.
No, you can't, Lou, you can't sell this stuff.
You know.
We're talking about totally another day, that's right.
So really, in terms of value, it's pavements 1, bridges 2, and then probably right of way is the number 3 asset value. I think that's where you're getting to.
Think a little else. Well done. Just stay good.
Great observation.
Those of us who've been traveling, even in COVID, go to other states, we just think, can't get home in Utah where the roads work. So anyway, great work.
Yes, so in looking at that portion of the 50.5, you can see 41.5 billion resides in that tier 1, which we have performance measurement for. And then within that tier 1, there's a few elements of the federal dollars that I haven't talked about that come in, where they have basic standard measures as well. And the expectation for those measures are, if the states have choice about how they spend their money, they have to meet certain thresholds or certain criteria in order to be able to maintain that choice. Otherwise, it would be dictated to the state how they have to spend it.
Meaning flexibility to flex money between different funding categories. For example, we didn't meet our goals on safety last year, so that means we can't flex our safety, federal safety goal to another category. We have to keep it all in the safety category.
Yeah, we will refer to, it's called the HSIP fund. When you guys look at that one, Utah already chose to apply all of it to safety in terms of the position that's there, but you can't choose not to because we didn't meet the target. Okay, so there's a lot of subtleties that sit underneath the details that are there. We'll try to help you see in terms of the assets, how they're performing and why we make the recommendations we are.
Nathan, would you just mention quickly the other tier 2?
Yeah, so the other 2 asset types we have, then we have tier 2, and when you look at those particular assets, they're planned assets. So we have a plan for those in terms of when we will do certain types of treatments, whether they're walls, culverts, barriers, etc. We have plans for them to do them at given times or intervals or with projects, or there's a type of plan that goes with tier 2 assets. And part of them being in tier 2 probably means in normal cases we have less data, we have less visualization or risk tolerance calculations, etc. in terms of those, which falls into the tier 3 category, and those are what we call reactive. So you look at some of those things about curb and gutter, fences, cattle guards, they're reactive. In other words, we maintain. So when we find an element that has a problem, we go out and put the maintenance force money towards making that asset function. So hopefully that helps you get an idea in terms of what's there. Again, the annual statistical summary, it's produced every year. We've moved it forward now to where it's available right here within the main page of the strategic direction. And you can find those types of elements all in this space. And as we talked about, most of our area today is going to be about the performance measures that exist with some of the tier 1 assets, as well as funding recommendations for those other portions. And within the decision to do that, the majority of our focus then comes to, are we meeting our strategic goals? Which we have goals in related to fatalities and safety, we have goals related to mobility and optimization, and we have goals related to infrastructure improvement.
These goals are in statute.
Anything else you'd like to say on that? So we talk, we do the annual report, show you in terms of how we're performing on those goals. You hear monthly different elements in how we're working on projects, et cetera, to address those particular items. But the details that are associated with these conditions you see for our goals apply to the assets and how we want to manage those assets and what we make for recommendations for funding. So with that,
Can you remind us, on the indices for your performance measures, roughly how many variables you put into each of those indices? I'm just trying to understand, I'm just trying to understand if it's a simple thing, like, you're looking at 3 variables and you create an index, or if you got like 4.
Yeah.
Like, shoot. Let's see.
well, I could show it to you, but I was gonna just try to pull that back up again real quick.
I think it was too late.
It's all right, not a big deal. And what
It does show us all where to find this again. That never hurts, right?
Right by the commission page.
So I'll show you one that's probably one we'll spend quite a bit of time here on next. So it's good to do that. Let's talk about the infrastructure goal. So the infrastructure goal has 4 main elements that make up that goal. In this case, it's those intelligent transportation systems, it's the bridges, it's the pavements, and it's the signals. Okay, so there's a risk tolerance identified for each one of these that is set a target. And then within that target, we look at the past performance to define where we stand on these particular goals. And so you can see the 4 of them there. The blue part shows the percent that's attaining the target that we anticipate it should, and the orange shows the percentage that's not. We're going to talk a little bit more about bridges today in a number of different ways. You can see that of those 4 elements that are here right now, they have one glaring need that's there, and we'll explain a little bit more why that is. So for the index in general, that's how they derive them.
You can mention, it just kind of jumps out. Mention why there's that kind of jump, that gap right there. Just like.
Okay, so this index here is also unique to assets. I think we talked about this, what happened a couple of years ago is that they decided to change the calculation method in 2019 for the indices. And instead of showing how well the asset was meeting the target in assets, we defined the target as having to meet 100%. And in that way, it made an adjustment to where that target was. Because if we show that the target for pavements is to hit 50% of them in good condition, and you're always hitting them, and if we're showing like 98, 99% achieving our goal, that doesn't really show the real picture that might be going on with some of these like structures. And so they've made that adjustment to bring into 100% so that you can actually see the portion of deficiency that exists within an asset.
Who's the they that made the adjustment?
All of those folks that work on the various asset subgroups that are there made that
Is it them or
proposal
which
to
they? I mean, is
us.
it us?
To us
Okay,
as
great,
a
thank you.
Udot leadership team about making adjustment that's here in terms of how we measure that.
Great, thanks.
Maybe talk a little bit about the asset management team, the types of folks involved in.
Sure. So within the organization, we have a number of different, what you might call sub-assets or specialty groups that focus on individual assets. And those groups, those sub-allocation of assets, they manage all the day-to-day components in terms of what the projects need, how they're there, what their projected focus is, where they'd like to see improvements, et cetera. So you'll have one of those for bridge and one of those for pavements and one of those for signals. Right? We have a whole bunch of those pockets that are there. Then within those sub-asset groups, we have 2 other groups that perform and help us make determinations for recommendations in terms of how to manage our system. One of those is what we call like a senior leader technical group. They review all of the individual assets, recommendations and needs and proposals, and they kind of ground truth them against each other. That's what changed this index, was that they said, hey, there's something about this that just doesn't really tell the story we need to tell. We think as technical experts, this is how you ought to do that. And then we have a leadership team for the department that reviews all those recommendations and see if they align with strategic goals and strategic management. And we make adjustments to our strategic direction based on those technical recommendations.
That's what kind of rolls out into the recommendations that you see.
Any more questions?
Yeah, no, thank you.
Okay.
I really applaud the simple approach, meaning not having a zillion measures, but having a few that you can track and watch. And I've learned over time that it's often not so much what the measure says, but just the fact that you're measuring.
Yeah.
So that you inspire the conversations that lead to better performance.
So the composite index is made up of a weighting that the commission was involved in. Remember, we did the decision lens exercises where you came up with the different weightings you see underneath the traffic fatalities there on the left, 29%. So that's what drives what that composite is. The commission was involved in just saying, what's more important, traffic fatalities or traffic serious injuries? And remember, we did the trade-offs between all of those.
It was very uncomfortable.
It's really uncomfortable, isn't it?
Yeah.
But then within each one of those areas, there's lots of measures that go into getting to the numbers that help drive those individual measures. So it's not as, there's a lot of complexity behind it, but the goal is to have fewer more than more and make sure that they're meaningful and helpful in the decision-making process.
Thanks. So in summary, Commissioner, what you're looking for, our 3 strategic goals, 6 is the most elements that's made up of any one. There's 4 in the other 2. And then as Carlos just pointed out, we've done exercises at the commission level, at the DOT level. You remember we looked for alignment between where the DOT and the commission was. And that's what finalized these numbers that you see down, because that's the percent that goes into making up the total bids. Any other questions on that? Okay, great. So here's where we're going. Let's see if I can. All those numbers that you've seen given to you previously today are going to formulate what makes up the overall program. And the numbers you're going to see on these particular sheets, we're going to walk through each section. This is just giving you an overview because you will see the sheet again in the end. We're going to go through over there on the left, each one of these groups, pavement, structures, etc., all the way down to transportation solutions. And we're going to show you what's being proposed, what was previously funded, and why we might be making recommendations to either existing funding years or the recommendations for the new funding year.
So just, sorry. So again, the programming summary on the left are recommendations that the department's bringing forward to the commission based on the analysis of the targets, the strategic goals, and what we believe will help optimize across all of those as we try to do a cross-asset optimization. Within each one of those programs, so we need to do program level to get to those overall system goals, and then based on what the regions bring, what projects would we recommend to the commission that will help drive those conditions that we're talking about. And so program level first, then projects within programs. Sorry.
Great. So to keep you where we're going, we have a key down here on the bottom. This gray part, previously funded year. In most circumstances, these numbers don't have a bunch of additional money added in a previously funded year. The reason we're going to talk about that happening today, Ben mentioned earlier, Ivan alluded to this as well. The new bill, we'll just refer to it as IIJA, put money in the funded year in some places that's different than what we had programmed. And so the red numbers that are crossed through are the new numbers that are there. That may have not been there before. For instance, there's a bridge formula program that's there for 45 million. It didn't exist before. But bridges across the country are concerned, so there's federal money in that particular place, and now you'll see it in here. And it has money in the actual fiscal year we're in, and that's why it shows there in the gray.
And just as a reminder, remember that IIJA, new authorization bill, it basically was projected to start, it should have started over a year ago, but October 1, we didn't get any appropriations, no agency had appropriations. So we're on continuing resolutions, basically flatlining previous authorizing act, the FAST Act from, 2 years before that, when it expired. And so now we have an appropriation for the first year of IIJA, and we're starting to get definitions out of federal highways in terms of what types of things can we do with these new programs. So that's why that 45.
Why in 24, 25 are some of those wiped out?
Okay, I'll explain that next.
Should I jump ahead?
Yeah, you're fine.
Sorry.
I'm gonna go right to the blue,
Dang it.
right? We're going to the blue one next, right there. So blue ones are ones that, as a commission, you approved last year. Some programs that have state dollars are only approved in a year-by-year basis, so they will only have numbers that might exist, say, in 2022. And so if they are federal bill type programs or programs that we need ongoing expected funding, then you have funded some of those in blue out 3 years.
How does the federal year, which starts on October 1, in fact ours, which starts July 1st? I know you've told us before, but it's a little bit.
I interstate's care of it.
I've been in sheriff too, because, part of the challenge is that, when you pick projects, we don't finish projects in June 30th, usually, right? They're gonna span across fiscal years, and so part of what sheriff has to do is make sure we're paying for work that was done in one fiscal year in the right fiscal year. And so as we transition from state fiscal year to federal fiscal year, that is Ivan and Shara's, they spent a lot of time working on that. You don't have to worry about that.
That's a great answer. That, and one other good thing that's there is that for most of the project funding that exists, where it comes from the transportation fund, there's not a limitation, say, between July to July and the October to October, where you have to have the money spent within that period of time. It sticks with the project, which hence that's why Sharon and Ivan have that work to do, because they're pulling out the portion of money they need for state match, et cetera, at the time they need it, regardless of when that federal year ends. On the other side, there's obligation that has to be done. That's why we have the things like the reauthorization bills, or when you get additional obligation, it's usually tied to that October time frame. Redistributions can be one of those, and when those things happen again, Share is going to be making adjustments in a current year, but you're able to do that with the way the state is set up with the transportation fund being available to match those funds in the year in which the projects happen. Okay, so orange is the proposed funding. So those are the recommendations that we're making that you fund in any given item. They will be there in orange. And then we mentioned a little bit earlier, if there's a red across through, that means that there's an adjustment either from what was previously proposed and funded, or what's currently funded in a fiscal year. And then the gray numbers that are out there, they're projections. So Donna, back to that conversation that we had before, we anticipate this type of funding continuing for these programs in these projected years, but we're not asking you to actually fund that money because either it's not available for you to do that, or that decision ends up needing to be on a year-to-year basis because it has a bunch of state funds, that kind of stuff tied to it. Yes.
As we look at contingency up there, it looks like we're holding that steady. Do we believe that's doable?
We'll answer that, I think, the best way. Every one of the region directors are going to talk about their contingency, and they're going to give an individual report. Is that today? That's today, so we'll let them address that.
They're going to report on how it was used, and I think that would be the time to have that question.
Yeah.
Question about the category freight, is that like where we do inspections of the?
No.
What is freight? I'm just trying to understand what that is.
What's freight?
The federal
Freight category, I understood most of it, I don't understand.
We have a slide on that too, so assuming we get the slides back.
It's a federal funding.
I almost thought we were done, but we have a slide specifically on what's eligible for freight. Ivan, do you want to just give a quick answer there for now?
So there's a national freight network that we have to identify, we as a state identify
what routes are part of that national freight network. And then that funding is eligible for, it's flexible funding, but it's location based. So it's almost like an MPO area, but only for those pre-designated freight corridors.
Support over the freight system.
Thank you.
Yeah, the operations of our ports of entry take place really in our operations budgets.
Okay.
Okay, so you're gonna see all of these little elements broken out one at a time, should have a similar format all the way through here and land back on this page.
Nathan, I think this might be a good point we're scheduled for a 10:30 break. This might be the place to do that.
Awesome. All those in favor of a break, can we have a break?
Can we do 10 minutes?
Yeah.
So I've got about 10, 20.
And there's a snack box and the drinks. It's just like.
Thanks for bringing trees.
Good stuff.
There's trees out. Oh, there's trees outside.
Questions? Factoid here for the moment. Does anybody know what happened this week 113 years ago? 113 years ago, they did the Road Commission. It's the department's 113th birthday. Yesterday is the day that we recognized that.
Awesome.
Yeah. 113 years, started as the State Road Commission, was the first name. I think about 113 years ago, wasn't a lot of cars on the road, was there? The state of Utah was kind of thinking ahead. We've been the Department of Roads, we've been the Department of Engineering. I think it was the 70s, Elizabeth, are you here? It was 73, so that we were the Department of Transportation. So for a while, I tell people that we've been around for 113 years, and we'll probably be around for another 113 years if we do our jobs correctly. So
We hope you're here for every minute of it.
as you know, we are just all blips in how things go. But it's great to be part of this organization. So Nathan, are you still running this?
All right, so you're just gonna have to imagine me with a beard now, so 407 years. Appreciate it. Okay, the first asset we want to cover, just give you an update then in terms of where we're at, is the pavement. We're going to talk about pavement in two different categories, the high volume road and the low volume. High volume roads are those that are over 1,080 T. They make up nearly 5,000 miles of those center-line miles. They are 80% of the state highway system. They are 67% of the roadway area, surface area that's there, and they're around 97, 98% of the DMT that's on the road. That's what applies here. The condition of the high volume roads has a couple of targets. One target is that we're shooting to keep the roads that are in good condition at 65% or above, and those that are in poor condition below 5%. So if you look over there on the graph, you can see the historic trend starting in 2013 through 2020, and then from 2020 on, that's a prediction based on the current trends and the funding that we put in. That's the model prediction about how we'll perform. Our feeling is, in terms of high volume roads, is that if we maintain funding in a similar condition at the current costs, and we'll talk a little bit about those costs because costs have been escalating, but if we can maintain the amount of roads, the amount of miles we're treating, et cetera, in the current cost condition, we think we can maintain to keep our targets, and we feel like that target is fairly reasonable. What we're looking at here is what we call RIDE, where the internal roughness index is the actual technical measure that we use. And these are key indicators. So instead of thinking about all of the elements that are brought into the road, I think Commissioner Gochner, as you mentioned before, we simplify it down and say, well, what does the user experience on the highway system? We call that RIDE. And so what you're seeing here is the RIDE. This is what people perceive when they drive in their vehicles in terms of the condition of the road. And we can use that as a risk basis then to predict the future as to whether or not we can meet those targets. And every one of them you see today, we use that same methodology.
On the project that we're doing right now on I-80 and going to 250, what was its ride? And that's probably a bad question to ask. It seemed like
I'm very if we have one, is Bill or somebody here, it's probably like two, I mean, the number
It was
like
one
two.
of our largest, you know, it was a concrete pavement, it was a 1960s, I think, concrete pavement. It was one of our roughest pavements that we had. I don't know if we have any pavement folks here. Is Bill Lawrence here?
I was looking, I don't see any of them here.
But I'd anticipate
It was close to the red in terms of ride.
when this project's completed, it should go off, right?
Yeah, it will. It'll make a significant difference, right, for that area that's there. Now, you think about that project in I-80 though, how many miles is it in like just linear length?
Well.
5 or 6 miles each side, so there's maybe 10 miles. So those 5,000 miles this applies to, making that change only changes this number here on about 10 miles. Now, if you think about the whole surface area, there's, 8 lanes or whatever, that's a little bit different amount. But if you think about how does this apply to the entire system, that one portion will change something from red to green, but it's only going to change, in this case, that would be a 0.1% that you're making a change on there. And so we're managing an awfully large system with that ride component.
That's why it takes, you have to have looking at trends and you have to think from a system perspective, and that this is long-term thinking to be able to get to a condition. I mean, this is, to be where we are right now, when you look at these conditions of our high volume pavements, this is quite remarkable, actually, but it represents the last 25, 30 years of trying to manage these to optimize their condition. Nathan mentioned the International Roughness Index, the IRI. We report that because that's what the users feel, right? That's what they kind of feel as they drive. But there's a thing called overall condition index that takes into account cracking. A whole lot of other engineering stresses that are measured out there every year. We're measuring the stresses of these pavements, and we're trying to figure out where that deterioration for each pavement is at. That goes into the model to try to come up with these projections. And then every year we measure it again and we kind of update and say, well, we thought we'd be here, we were here, or we were here, and we make those adjustments to those models for those projections. There's people that, we have engineers that spend a career, will get PhDs and spend their career just on asphalt pavement or just on concrete pavement. So we rely on that level of expertise to be able to bring forward recommendations.
Mr. Van Tassel, in 2018, the IRI on that section was 206. And the red, it starts at 170.
170, yeah, if you look on the chart, anything above 170. So it's definitely a portion of that red tick.
So you can think you're region 3 right here today. That's the bill. Region 1.
It's one of those.
All right. So we're going to move to the next section then, the low volume pavements. The low volume pavements targets are set at 50 for the good and 90 for the poor. If you look at the graph we had, we keep dropping off the previous years, but if you're looking from 2010 through 2015, you'll be able to see still a little bit of that trend, that the amount of poor roads is increasing significantly. The gas tax that was passed in 2015 started being applied in 2016.
That was our senator, by the way.
Yes, it was.
It was. And so you can see that ever since that portion, it's roughly 40 million a year that's been going into that number. You can see what it's done in terms of changing the poor and increasing the good towards the targets that are there. Now, some of you have asked before, why do high volumes get 65 and 5 and low volumes get 50 and 90? Those targets, based on the amount of roadway, now we're talking about all the lanes and everything that's there, those targets based on the amount of roadway has the same amount of dollars being programmed to be spent for the amount of roadway available at these target ranges. And that's why targets are different. They still get the same equitable treatment, if you want to think about it that way, in terms of our roadway condition, but they need different targets, because most of these are 2-lane rural highways.
I would just say that this is a wonderful graph for me to look at. And I say that because there was a certain member of the department that told me that this is the stepchildren of the state road system.
This was a remarkable, it was actually March, and we were down in St. George with the commission, probably back in 2005, 2006, when we realized we didn't have enough money to treat all roads the same. And we came up with different classification of roadways. We came to the commission and said, you know what, we can't treat all roads the same, we don't have enough money. Otherwise, we're all going to be headed down this negative decline. And so we basically came up with this low volume road, and we reacted to it. The regions would go out there with their maintenance money to fix problems, but we didn't proactively treat. And you saw, if we went back, you saw those conditions getting worse and worse. And we went to the legislature every year and we showed them what was happening. We talked about cost of ownership, long-term liability, and there isn't a department in the country that was able to receive a gas tax increase based on performance measures and predictions from models other than Utah and the legislature. And Senator Van Tassen was a huge champion. We could talk through some interesting conversations on whether it's 10 cents or 5 cents.
It was fine.
But he was, at the time, an incredibly brave politician to do this. But that's what you see here. That's success. And being able to allow the department and the commission, they didn't pick projects in the legislature. They just saw this and said, fix this trend.
Well, and the issue is, if we can't afford to maintain them, we can't afford to replace them. And that's where we were headed.
A lot more expensive than this.
Anyway, this was my favorite graph.
Okay. We'll frame this one, and then we'll move on. Snap your picture now. All right, so here's what the summary then of what those pavement areas look like and what we recommend. We have 161.5 million that's been going into the high volume. We're recommending a slight adjustment to that due to inflationary growth factors to 162. Last year, we recommended that we lower the portion of the low volume from 40 down to 35 and see if we're able to continue to maintain that positive trend that's going on there. And we recommend that it still looks like the right thing to do moving forward into 2025. And I'll show you a little bit later with the Reconstruct program where we're proposing that money goes. It doesn't leave pavements and bridges, but it just is redirected. So those columns there on the right for 2025 is what we'll be coming back with here in the future, asking you to fund just a slight increase, but mostly maintaining this program. Any questions on that recommendation? Okay, let's jump over to the structures. We did a lot of conversation with you in terms of structures, and here's the reason why. The data that you're looking at in these graphs now looks just like the data you looked at for pavement. It's based on deck area. Again, we were talking about pavements, the difference in centerline miles, etc. This one's based on deck area, and I'll give you a reason why. We have some things that are called high value or complex bridges, and they make up, are they 4% of the number of bridges, Cheryl? I think they're like 4% of the number of bridges, but they make up somewhere around, is it 40?
It was like coming up on it.
No, that's later. Ben has the slide. So it's something like that. It's like 40% of the deck area, but it's only 4% of the bridges. So if we show the data by number of bridges, it doesn't really make sense in terms of now thinking about every project that's out there. You're widening bridges, right? You're making them bigger. You're making them more complex. There's a lot of surface area applied to some of those. So they now show their information in terms of what they call a bridge health index, and they show it by deck area. Just want you to understand that what you're looking Couple of the major factors that go into that I listed here on the slide in the bottom. One of them is the age, which we looked at a little bit earlier today, with most of them starting in the 1960s. Another one then is the inventory size. It's growing with every single one of the projects we have and all the widenings, et cetera. They're becoming more high value or complex in terms of what they are. And then the difference between the state and local owned, we manage the information for all bridges. So you're seeing the condition for bridges here. You're seeing where their targets are, and you're also seeing that there's a slight decline in how the bridges are performing from year to year right now. And declining meaning that they're not less safe, it's that more of the bridges are falling into that fair category based on all of those different elements. And so the investment that's going into bridges isn't adequate to maintain the condition level where it was. Okay, any questions about that? So what we're going to recommend about what we do with the bridges is a couple of different things. We're going to recommend what we do with bridges is, first of all, in the rehab and replacement category that they have, we bumped that up to 40 million for 23, 50 million for 24. We propose that we continue to keep it at 50 million for 25. We also recommended that we increase the preservation portion by 5 million from 25 to 30, and that has to do strictly with the costs of materials and everything else in order to maintain it right now, just the inflation costs that are happening, as well as the bridge management. And then down on the bottom, we have this thing that's called Bridge Formula Program. So the new federal bill created a program for bridges, 45 million a year. And it's available this current fiscal year moving forward. And there's going to be some conversation in one of the presentations later today that actually shows stuff about what the eligible projects are for that bridge that can apply, and that we need the commission to actually program projects in this current FY22 fiscal year to be done. A large portion of that money is also targeted to be able to be spent on those local bridges. So if you remember those circles I was showing and how they reach both sides, there's a bunch of federal eligible bridges on the local side, and a large portion of this money should be spent there. That's a good thing for local governments who have not been able to maintain the cost that's there. Now there's some directed funding to help get in that particular area and make a difference there, as well as it should help that overall bridge condition, because we show up for all those bridges that fit in that network.
And Nathan, we help all those communities achieve this, right?
Correct. Okay. Yeah, everything from the Joint Highway Committee portions to what you fund from the state to all the bridges that are eligible in what we call the on and off system, federally eligible bridge programs. Right, and they're all managed by Cheryl's group.
Yeah.
So within that program that's here, you'll look down there below the total and you see now this new bridge formula program for 45 million a year. And again, like I said, we'll be bringing recommendations for projects at a different portion that's here over the next month or so to actually allocate for the 22 season. All right. The third category then is we've made a change. We had a reconstruction program that we asked the commission to fund over a 7-year period that would end in 2025. That program's been important. It's how we funded the I-80 that we mentioned earlier. It came out of that particular program. It's been important, but we've identified 2 needs. One is we need to address structures that are along with pavements that are in those programs. And the second is we need to be able to decide if it can be just structures projects or pavement projects as standalone projects in that area. So we're developing a prioritization ranking methodology to help that program continue. Our recommendation is going to be to continue it in 2025 and moving forward. And structures is working right now. Over on the left, you can see they're working on some details there in terms of how they're going to rate the different structures in terms of prioritization, and pavement has their prioritization worked out, and it's there on the right. So if it's national highway type classifications, it gets a portion of the score. The amount of traffic that's on it brings a portion of the score. The pavement condition brings a large portion of the score. And as they work those together, they'll now be taking what was the old pavement prioritization list, and we'll have now a reconstruction of our assets prioritization list that'll not only address either pavement structures together or individually as priorities, as well it'll address other elements that those roadways need, like drainage, into the funds that are there. So what we're going to recommend that we do is that, if you'll remember last year and in those previous years, you were funding that program at 50 million a year. We're going to ask to change, actually, starting next year, to push 70 million instead of 50 into the 23 and 24 year, and then to maintain in 25 headed forward at 75 million that program. What that amount of money will do, if we add that 45 million, it'll allow you to put most of the currently approved projects, most of them, I think there's one that doesn't quite work, but it'll allow you to fund most of those currently approved projects and include the bridges, and some of them that haven't advertised yet that need to be in that space if you allocate this portion of money, as well as the increased pavement and other asset costs that are existing in some of those projects. And that, we've seen some of those pavement and other asset costs and a couple of the bridges that are left to advertise move from like 10 to 30 million. And there's about 60 or so million in one of the projects that we need to add a bridge. So looking forward about what's there, like I said, there might be one project on the end that falls off the list of 26 or beyond. But if we can put the 40 million plus the 75 in that new year together and get that 110 million, it will make the difference to continue in that program. And we think, based on what we reviewed in terms of the assets and how it performs, this is a necessary step. These projects aren't going to qualify for TIF needs. They're needed in order to maintain the asset. I-80 is a great example. We carried that road as long as we could. We looked for if there were other types of things that were going to happen there. Were we going to be putting transit in I-80? Were we going to change configurations with the canyon? There's all of these things that have happened over years and years in that space, and were always being considered, and that was being delayed and delayed and delayed. And finally, the point comes where the asset itself has to be treated. And so that's what this program does. It allows those, when you've worked out all the other options, to come forward to be addressed. So this will be our recommendation for what we'll now just call the Reconstruction Program.
Nathan, may I just say, I think it's some of the best money we spent. I just, and I know money's tight everywhere, but wow, bridges need to work and all these other things happen. And in our family, we had a saying, it's better prepare and prevent, repair and repent. And I think we're doing the right thing here. So I'm a big booster of this, having seen it work. Keep it up.
If you can prepare, repair. There we go. Okay, great takeaway. The next program we want to talk about, or what we refer to as the Traffic and Safety Program, has a number of items in that program. A couple of things just to bring to your attention here is like, well, what are those metrics that we look at? Up on the top, one of them is fatalities. So just identifying what's going on with this graph. The target for this graph is an expected rate over what's happened over a 3-year period of time. And that's why you'll see the orange move up and then back down a little, because if the actual fatalities are increasing, you can't just continue to move your target down, say at like a 2% drop a year. So it has a 3-year analysis, or in some cases they have 5-year analyses that are applied. And that's why you see the orange going where it is. And then the blue then represents what actually happens, whether we're meeting that target or not. We'd like to be at or underneath that orange line that is there. As you all know, we're having some trouble with that. And the graph in the middle about the vulnerable users is one of the areas where that biggest trouble is. The orange is motorcycles, the dark green is the pedestrians, and the light green is the bicyclists. You'll probably also notice that aside from 2020, which had some COVID elements in there, you actually saw some vulnerability issues here. The pedestrians held pretty constant through 2020. They might have actually even went down, but bicyclists and motorcycles increased dramatically during the COVID year. And then you can see, based on last year, a similar trend still continues there. So a lot of focus going on in that particular area, trying to reduce vulnerable users. The Operation Lifesaver is about rail crossings and other zero fatalities. But these are the types of metrics they use to make recommendations in terms of the traffic and safety fund. You bet.
Is there any widely recognized reason why there was the discrepancies in 2015, 2016? We all know, we're in a really unique time right now, but I just wondered if that's explained anymore.
I'll phone a friend, Troy.
I'm just saying,
She's
so
talking
in
about right
17 to
here,
the
we saw
19,
this
you
increase.
get it, but I just wondered if there's any explanation we give to what's going on in 2014, 19, 16.
Where we started seeing that trend of fatalities increasing quite a bit. After we'd had a downward trend for a number of years, what do we know what caused this growth for a while?
Something about it. The only reason I ask is that we all know that there's something different about pandemic reality and this, but I had never thought about what about 14, 15, 16. So something about, for example, that same thing happened in the nation's van, because we know that at the end it is happening in the nation as well. So those are kinds of things. That's what these work sessions are about, right?
Yeah. Well, and there can be some, if you look at the rate number that we show in that vulnerable users, it gives you a different piece of information because that's based on incidents per 100 million vehicle miles traveled, right? So if your VMT is going up, you can still be having more accidents, and it looks like that rate's dropping. It has dropped over time, but it doesn't tell the same story as those actual fatalities that you're seeing above, right? Because that's not adjusted for rate. Right? Otherwise, you can see a similar downward trend still. So the recommendations in this fund, we show them looking forward, what we'd like those to be. We did not show the Highway Safety Improvement Program going out in future years last year because the federal bill had ended. It was just a year-to-year reauthorization. But now that we have the new bill, this year you'll be seeing it and the rail being proposed all the way out. The other programs are state-funded programs. As well, you're going to see some changes in FY22, and those changes that are there are strictly related to new minimum or maximum amounts that come from that new IIJA bill. So, for instance, we talked about HSIP not meeting the target, having to spend all the money there on safety. If you don't, that number was 23.2, now it's 28.2. That's because across the country, people are having trouble with things. And so you've seen the federal bill increase the amount of money to be spent in that program. As well, you saw the railroad crossing data that they showed. They're at about 84% improvement there. You're seeing just a slight decrease in that particular program. And then the rest of them, the proposals remain the same, that amount of funding is capable for us to maintain and improve the conditions of the targets that we provide. Okay. Questions on traffic and safety program? Okay, traffic management program. Go ahead.
Would you go back? So he's showing the HSIP on the safety recommendation. Just remember that every project you program, we probably don't call it an operational safety report anymore, do we, Troy, an OSR? But every project we do is a safety project and incorporates safety features into it. And so this is not in totality the money that is spent by the state on safety. Every project is a safety.
Okay, good. Traffic management program. We talked earlier about these as well, these ITS system devices. And the way they currently measure those is the portion of those devices that are out in place and how many of them respond, or when we test those devices, how many of them identify that they're working properly. You can see that our ability to not only tell if they're responding, but keep those devices consistently responding has increased quite a bit over the last decade. That the technologies are getting a lot better, the consistency of them is improving. We'll be looking for new ways to measure and monitor this into the future, but it just gives you a little bit of knowledge about how we do it today, as well as our signal condition. We've been able to maintain our signal condition at a fairly consistent level in terms of good, but more importantly is we've reduced those poor signal conditions, whether it's related to the LED head change outs or to the timing reactions and consistency for traffic metering devices, et cetera. We're seeing significant improvement there.
I mean, Troy, this has our detection as well, right? So a big part was the transition from, in-ground loops, where we detected how many vehicles are in the front, to overhead using the radar to determine how many cars need to go through that traffic cycle. So that was a big part of this change.
And the way we were able to produce a lot of the data that we show you in terms now, in our traffic data centers for not only when we were doing COVID numbers, but the new numbers for traffic on all kinds of routes, is because of those changes that we made. Those radar detection systems that are in there now allow us to count vehicles in ways we couldn't before, and to count pedestrians and other elements we didn't have before. And that's how the technology is changing our industry in terms of data and how we can observe what we do. So in order to make,
Just a quick question, do we track like these crazy wrong way drivers, like 43 incidents? Is that picked up on radar quickly, or is it like?
I think Troy and Lisa would love to talk to you about that.
So who would love to talk?
One of these here.
It's just awful, and I'm on a lot of those roads myself. I think better put those spikes up that you get.
First one.
Something, this is.
Yeah, long way driving is very friendly. We do have some detection on that. We have pilot 35 locations state cameras of infrared cameras. So we do, so we can detect those. But even still, that's not an immediate stop to know the location of something going on the way. But it's so random nature in terms of these are occurring. We track them. We're doing our best to work with our partners to figure out where those are happening, so we can use some solutions there.
You think of the timing, so that infrared camera can pick it up. Our operator gets alerted, has to then get with highway patrol, jurisdiction.
Right.
They change the overhead signs, they try to block interchanges downstream, but it is happening. The closing speeds are 140, 150 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Are most of them impaired?
Most of them are.
Percentage?
50% impaired, 25% for drivers.
I didn't like the 50%, I thought it was a lot higher than that.
I was too.
Yeah, darn.
It can't be such a terrible thing. I mean, for those wrong way signs up in the flash.
We have a lot of signs up.
What's that?
We have a lot of signs up.
You sure do.
Yeah. But I don't know if you've seen how, the nationwide 2 days ago, or maybe it was yesterday, it was the New York Times, big article on the increase in DUIs on the nation highways. And it's, our highway patrol is seeing not only drinking, but drugs, and a great amount of those now are a combination of the two at the same time, drugs and alcohol.
Well, appreciate that.
So is wrong way crashes, are they increasing nationwide as well, or are we?
Yes.
Other states are actually seeing the bigger issue in other states. It's not an issue here. It is. Some other states like Arizona, for instance, it's not much larger problem. Now, anytime those crashes happen, as far as the car especially for the closing speeds, it's not good.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why, right? I mean, you said you'd hope that DUIs, that type of thing, could be higher, but I think inattentive driving probably has a lot to do with it too. I mean, there's just elements there that as a nation we're having to figure out.
We're seeing driver behavior. Never seen driver behavior as poor as it is now. People are angry. And I've never seen the way people are acting right. Where highway patrol will pull somebody over 100 miles an hour, and they're belligerent to the officer, right, for having a digital book. It's a very interesting topic.
All right, the next program, there's a few elements that we'll put here, is the freight program. Ivan mentioned this earlier. They call it the National Highway Freight Network. Down there on the left, you can see the types, Commissioner, I think you asked about this, that Commissioner Evans, the types of projects that fit into that. I think there's a good list there on the bottom left for what those qualifying roads are. This is what the freight program's for. It addresses specifically congestion in the national highway system, as well as compliance and access.
We also have for Rhonda's runway truck lane, for example, from that.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Yep, yep,
I don't know if that was on the freight system.
yeah, it is 89s. Yep. But we used that money to pay for it, I'm not sure, because I think most of the money you had going to here was going to 5600 West. And that particular, I think we programmed almost all of the freight money before to the 5600 West rail crossing. Right, so there are other portions of the state system that would qualify, but I think that's where you programmed the majority of the previous one. The next is the planning studies program. They have a couple of elements. Leif mentioned a few of these again earlier but there's both the land use connections program that you have with the MPOs. There's the long range plan cycle program that's there, as well as the region solution development programs. And the list that's here on the bottom right, this is the proposed list for the FY23. I don't know, Ben, do you want to just address that quickly for us?
Yeah, these are just generally some examples of the types of projects that they use for the solutions development. And the goal is to understand context, come up with corridor plans for these types of projects. The region planners and our central planning are very key on how these work, and they're a great way to kind of bridge some of our planning and programming gaps in areas and identify needs.
And last is the public communications program. It'll continue in the same format and style that we had before. Again, this just brings to mention some of those areas within the highway system that the programming funding goes towards. So the recommendations here are the same as they were in the previous year, except for freight. And the freight is a national program, and you can see they adjusted the amount of money available in that program. They lowered it 800,000 in some years, with some adjustments forward and backward. So we'll see some slight adjustments there that we'd ask you, just based on the money available there. And we think that's appropriate in terms of the projects you currently have funded and those coming forward. Now the question was asked about contingency. There's 4 different types of money that make up the bottom end of the recommendations. On the left is the transportation alternative. These projects mainly enhance safety and health options with non-drivers. There's a list, 4 bullet lists there below. The regions will talk a little bit about some of these, but those are the 4 main areas that the regions have spent money this past year from the transportation alternative programs. In terms of contingency, the $6.5 million that you asked about, it not only assists local governments with needs, but it addresses all of our immediate system risks. And you can see a list of 8, I think, different items that are there that we spent a majority of that money on this past year. Everything from emergency, like concrete buckling type situations that we might have had, as well as issues with safety and turn lane problems that we needed, where we have reoccurring issues, all the way down to some of the wildlife needs. And there's a bill. Wade, could you talk about the bill? I can't remember, about the wildlife and giving the annual report.
I did not.
You want to just mention about wildlife, what that is?
So Representative Doug Sagers authored a bill that passed. It expands UDOT's annual report. It's a joint report between the department and the commission to include wildlife mitigation and livestock issues. We think we'll be able to provide accident information, where accidents are occurring, and that sort of stuff. The sponsor's hope was to highlight this issue so that there could be discussions.
Yeah, and we, again, the regions will talk to you about it. It's clearly an issue that we are focused on, and you're seeing that some of those precious funds are being invested in trying to address that need. Concept developments, very similar to like Ben talked about with the local area planning programs. These are about how we get projects from their inception into actually moving towards funded projects. There's a portion of money there. And then transportation solutions, you're all very familiar with, and I have a list there on the right of a number of the portions where money went for transportation solutions this year. So getting those 4 programs, we would recommend the following. First of all, in FY22, as Sharon mentioned, the numbers are always moving. There's adjustments, there's finalization that comes in totals. So there have been some adjustments made that need to happen in the current fiscal year for transportation solutions, and the total amount of money that we assume we have when we start the year versus when you actually get all of the gas tax revenues and everything else in was different. But those dollars in FY22, for the most part, I think you have programmed already to current needs that have been brought to you month to month throughout the time. And there may be a couple more that will be coming over the next couple of months to finish using that money. So for FY23, these are all state dollars, all state programs. You can see that we've increased the transportation alternative program as well as maintaining the same recommendation for contingency and concept development. And then the transportation solutions, we think there's about 120 million available there. It does include some money for some new types of programs. They call them Carbon and Protect and something else. So you'll be hearing over the next couple of months as Ben's group learns the details about what's eligible for a portion of those funds, how they will be used. And the other portion then will be distributed to those needs. It comes in that prioritized list of the commission from all of the regions.
Nathan, can we go back one slide, please?
Sure.
Under concept development, environmental studies do not fit in that category then. Please.
Let's have a region director who wants to roughly, you're paying attention.
Did I ask a bad question at a bad time?
What is concept development? How do you use it?
So when projects are initiated, you sometimes don't have access to the funding. So this allows that to happen ahead of time and to keep on schedule, or if there's a need to accelerate a project, you can use this money to start the development of that project.
So as a project is in the long range plan, it's not really defined.
Okay.
And so this is when before the region comes to the commission with a project recommendation, they give you a budget. So there you do the work ahead of time, so very high level engineering.
Head Start money.
Head Start money to try to prepare recommendations for the commission before you actually fund the project. So this is to prepare projects for commission consideration.
That's great. Thank you.
Is that fair, Rob?
I like to think of it as like the long range plan identifies a need or a problem. And we start to refine that problem and come up with different concepts for it as it progresses. Prioritization of this. So it starts out as we see a need out there, or there's a problem, and we don't know the solution to it. This helps us really refine the solution.
Are we spending these monies externally or internally?
It's a split, mostly it's internal.
And on the next slide, I just love doubling transportation solutions. Can I say that out loud? Jump, if I had pom-poms, you'd see those. To those music.
This is my first day on this phone. I'm still working on it.
Oh, I have one other thought on that last slide, the contingency. I thought it was interesting because I think of contingency as just if something goes over budget or if you forgot something, that's what contingency is. I didn't realize that contingency for us had to do with partnering with the local governments. That was a piece that this is very helpful to spell out.
Or we do have it.
Yeah, Rick, you want to address that for a minute?
Yeah, we use our contingency funds, $1.5 million a year. We look to partner at different levels. It doesn't always have to be a 50-50 split. I'm looking to, with our district engineers or folks out in the field here. We would partner with them on projects. That's one piece of it. And the other piece is just being active.
I think maybe one of the things I would suggest, contingency from my time we were there as a region director, it wasn't so much of things went over budget, because those were maintained within their programs or the projects themselves. These were about the things that were identified as needs that needed to happen that we didn't identify a funding source to address. Some of them are emergencies, and some of them that are just really pressing, and again, we couldn't find a program or project to fit that need into. Any other questions? Okay, so we're back where we started, and we're done, unless there's any more questions. I covered all those numbers on there, and that you'll be seeing something that looks like this or awfully similar to this coming to you over the next month to approve. And we'd love to just take, if there was anything you feel like we missed, or a big question you want to know, or you're looking at where we've recommended these dollars go, and you'd like to talk about moving any of them, we'll just open the floor to you, Commissioner Zanoni, now for your commission to just have a discussion, brief discussion about these if you want to propose any changes.
Suggestions, go ahead.
Not a suggestion, just a question. As we look at the 2022 column and that increase of 50-some odd million in transportation solutions, which yes, is my favorite bucket. Those have to be, do we have a deadline on when those have to be implemented? Programs,
There's,
assigned,
we-
whatever
I've
term you
been
want to
thinking-
use?
I've been thinking too, we do have a yearly obligation amount with our federal money that we need to hit, but the federal money itself within the different categories can roll from year to year. So for example, and we will in a few slides forward, I mean, we do have an initial recommendation for part of that money, but that doesn't mean that it has to be spent on that project in this year. So it's kind of weird, but there's an overall obligation limitation that we want to hit each year, but it's not specific to the category. Is that right, Ivan?
Remember the fishing story? That particular fish can swim in the pond for a couple of extra years, but we only can take out 97 fish of the 100 that's in the pond.
That's great. I just love that you did not say share it, figures it out.
And Commissioner, specifically at the end of the Transportation Solutions Fund that you talked about doubling, just to be clear on that, back last March, not October, back last March, the amount of money that we knew was there was 65.2. By the time all the tax revenues and everything had came in terms of gas tax, et cetera, that number went up quite a bit. Then we knew that the actual amount was in that fund was quite a bit. You've actually programmed most of that money already, from the 65 to the 122. Most of that money has already been programmed from month to month, the requests that have been coming in from both the central and the regions in terms of needs that are there. There's a small amount left that will be coming over the next couple of months.
Thank you.
These numbers, suggested numbers, can be adjusted on the yearly basis, monthly basis, based on the needs the commission approves, right? Because my concern is on the reconstruction 70 that you have proposed. It's going to cover you for the 23, 24. We have a 75.
Yeah. But it's all, realize we're working a control total. So
It's not new money, so you have to, decide, well, we'll let payments deteriorate more, put more here or more. And some of it, the federal programs to stay within the categories.
So we refer to it as a cross-asset allocation, right? We're saying that investment here, trade-off for some of the location yields what result for us in terms of meeting all those targets and all that stuff. We tried to simplify it into 4 to 6 little bars. Yeah, so you, as commissioners though, yes, that's your job, right? Is to prioritize and program the money. This is the money that's there. And what happens is in April is that we bring projects to you that come within this funding allocation to meet that need. So project by project, you do sometimes change these numbers slightly because projects do get increases. But from the recommended program to begin with, that's how we fund the amount of projects to start the conversation. And then you make those slight adjustments. And that's where a lot of that 122 went. It's an FY22. Somebody had a problem on a project that needed $12 million more because we found another bridge we had to replace a section in or something. That type of element you approved in, say, a monthly meeting, and you've got to fund that from somewhere, and that's where that money
Did a good job, Dave.
goes. Thanks.
Work very well.
It gives us a lot of confidence that so much planning goes into this. It's not just, hey, let's put a road over here. Well,
I'm not as tall as Nathan is. And also, when the lights went down up here, anybody with a red shirt looks like we got a little bit of a sunburn from sunny St. George from yesterday. So just kind of coming back around one last time, going back to the Udot webpage. Down in our Transportation Commission page. So far, we're in the 2023 draft STIP. And this was last year's 2020 STIP. And you're starting to see that we're developing the program. So we've got the process. This is what Ben went to before. Under our programs tab. And I used a slide on the first round just as the introductory. And this is the live version of it. So again, the 173 from earlier, the 514 of Highway Federal, and you do have the ability to hover over it to get a little more refined number. This first page, we've rounded to the nearest dollar, represented in millions. And again, now we're, as Nathan just walked through, here's our program summary on that right-hand side, which was on the left side of his slides, and what kind of money went into each program. So under the Reconstruction Program in 2023, the $70 million would be 100% federally funded. Our high volume roads, we have 152 million of federal dollars being proposed from the federal program, and then $10 million, actually it's 9.8 of TIF that would be mixed into that high volume road program, giving us our program total here on the right. One other item to note, and we're just updating this as we speak. I'm going to look into the 2022 programs. Now, on the applications page, I'll go back to 23 in just a second. On the allocations page from 2022, we had a list of all the programs that we've been talking about with a one-pager, white page summary sheet here where you could go through and look and see some of the historical accomplishments, some facts about the programs, and you can just click on any of those. So Reconstruction is one of them. If you click, oh, that's disappointing. It's such a glad for the red. You can't see me blush. But we're doing the same thing right now on 2023. You'll be able to come in and there'll be a get link list under each one of these programs that when you click on this link, we'll make sure that we find the file not found. And you'll be able to go through and review all of those one pagers for each
What
of
do you
these.
take a shot at another one?
I'm gun shy at this point. Hey,
Thanks for the confidence. So this is, and each one of these programs will have a same look and feel on these one pagers, what the funding was, the proposed program or proposed funding, and then some of the historical data about these programs. Thank you.
So Ivan, before you go, so 2023 projections have any kind of inflation factors in it for the projects?
On our funding piece, the funding on the federal side, it's whatever was, well, it's from the apportionment tables adding 2%. On the state side, we're taking our state funding flat. So there's no increase in our state highway systems construction revenue. We're just taking that flat because there's so much subjectivity and volatility in that number. The legislature says we want this one project and that one project is $10 million. We have 170 million and that one project takes 10 million out. It just can adjust so quickly because of that. So we just took that number on the highway systems flat. On the projects, each one of the programs, by program, they don't all look the same, but every one of the programs has an adjustment factor for that will address inflation. That's one of the reasons.
Well, we'll address at what percentage?
I think high volume was 4%. I'm guessing on structures page.
So that's what we build into it, but I think next month in workshop, Carmen's gonna talk to the commission about what we're seeing and what we're expecting for inflation, really at a project level. Because that's the point at which the regions are making adjustments to accommodate for inflation, because what we've been talking about is program levels based on really what we're getting. So we don't have the ability to inflate what's been appropriated at the federal level or the state level. So we have to manage that based on the project level, either through less projects or delaying projects.
And one of the things, the reason why we get so excited to program money the minute we get it, we try to recover money through the consent agendas, because there's a pretty, a fairly accurate statement to say a project will never cost us less than doing it right now. So the minute we have money, that's a bridge formula program. The minute we have access to those funds, we want to go after them and begin using them, because it's going to be cheaper today than tomorrow. And so that's why we're so aggressive in trying to reprogram our funding and get them out on the project as soon as possible.
Thank you.
But the volatility that we're seeing in fuel prices right now, and I know Udot participates in the state's fuel program. When do we expect to see that next adjustment? Will that affect us? Is that in the budget, or are we taking?
What adjustment? Are you talking about the CPI adjustment?
No, I'm talking about the cost that we pay to fill our trucks over stuff.
Oh, that cost.
Well, so basically, you know, the tax is set, right? And
I'm talking about what we buy or purchase, put in our.
oh, our trucks and such.
Yeah.
Yeah, that goes up.
When does that start taking effect?
Well, we're paying market prices. I mean, so, you know, we're, as a state, we're purchasing fuel through the state fuel.
Does that follow pretty much what the current market is?
We just don't tax ourselves.
I read an article in the Denver News that said school districts are being saved by the purchasing of the state, but
Well, they're purchasing, most of them are purchasing off the state fuel network. Those prices, they go up. It affects UTA, Transit, district, everything.
So, but Carlos, I'm interested in the part I thought you were asking about, that you also thought you were asking about. Help us, remind us, motor fuel tax used to be a set price, now it's got an inflation adjustment. Remind us how that works in this
Yeah.
higher inflationary.
can't
environment.
get over 40 cents.
Yeah, so it's capped at 40 cents, we're 31.4 now, 31.4. That adjustment is made by the state tax commission based on the CPI every January 1.
Oh,
One adjustment a
that's
year.
not as good.
It's,
In a high inflationary environment.
yeah, it's indexed, some states have had it where it could go up or it could go down. Ours can't go down, so
Every January, there's an
every
adjustment.
January, there's an adjustment based on CPI, 31.4 now. And 30% of that goes to the B and C, the cities and counties, based on a formula that the legislature came up with, sheriff's folks make that distribution. And then,
And had you not done that bill, whatever, it would still be at like 25.5%.
yeah, we were at 24.5, and then when the 5-cent increase happened, then a year and a half after the 2015 5-cent increase, year and a half after that, indexing provision stuff.
All that work's got you like about 2 cents more per gallon.
Yeah, I mean, if you
You
look
follow
at
me how interesting that is, everyone, that the
We're
legislature went through all this
probably-
trouble to get the gas tax to move with inflation, and
overall, we're probably construction inflation is probably around 14%. We've built in about 5% into the program. So that's the stress that the regions, every Tuesday, Thursdays, we
So-
have bids.
as gas prices are this high and eventually they have to come down, that's an ideal time to get another adjustment for the transportation. Just throwing it out there.
No comment on that. Just an administration, we're not proposing a gas tax increase. Right, Colby?
Quick correction, 31.4 was the 2021,
Okay.
31.9 is the 2022.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So for those following along, I've got a couple more slides on item number 6 on the agenda to wrap up.
Ben, we're all following along.
Yeah,
For
yeah,
those of
I didn't say that. For those of you looking at the agenda, I know you're off. Yeah, that was a bad choice of words. I apologize for that. So we're finishing up with item number 6, program reviews, funding recommendations. So a couple slides that I wanted to point out. So this is related to the information that Nate showed where we have some current year money. This was the transportation solutions increase that we saw in the red cross out. So in this slide format, you're going to be seeing more of that, this look as we go forward into the TIP section. But one of the projects that has been on the radar and identified as a possible good fit for that excess money at this time is a project we talked about a few times at the commission, is the SR 191 road realignment north of Burnham. Timing wise and funding type fit is a good fit for that. So that's an estimate at this point, but UDOT would like to put that recommendation in March here out to the commission, and then have any discussion that's needed, any comments over the next month, and then do a scope and budget approval request next month with that. There's also listed here, it's kind of been hit on in the conversation, is just wanted to put a placeholder in there for another likely use of this money is going to be for cost increases that everybody's been talking about. So that's not very specific in there, but it was just a good placeholder in there. So because that, I'm going a little bit out of the word, that slide that I showed where we do program values this month and then project introductions next month. This one is a little bit in advance of that because of a possible use for current year money. So that's what we wanted to mention at this time.
Rob, you have some money on that job right now, right? Aren't you doing environmental work on it?
Yes.
We was given $2 million. So we did some design work.
It was one that we were trying to figure out the best fit and way to fund it, and so this seems to be a good fit for that. So that's why we wanted to include that here. And then this one, this next one was another one that had some current, we talked about this over the last few months. Cheryl's did an introduction to it. Was it last month or the bridge one? So this is another one where there's current year money, FY22 money. We showed that, and the future year money. When Cheryl introduced it, she talked about the concept of, we did some initial projects. There's actually a couple more this month where we have some specific projects. But then the bigger plan that she laid out was talking about the program amount and then bridge list, a bridge list that then we can work off of. And so there's a map here that shows some of the locations. I think maybe that was part of the presentation before. But here again, a little bit in advance of the normal procedure, but I'd like to put that proposed program amount for the current year and include the bridge list this month for them to facilitate approval next month. So these slides show the map, and then there's, you don't have to read all of these, but this is the bridge list that has been put together for that large program over the years. So just wanted to highlight those as initial introduction this month that would set it up for
Does it
future.
cover both of those pages that you just looked at?
Yeah, I think there's 3.
So there's 3 pages of the list. If you then go back one more page, off to the right-hand side, there's the map download and the list download. Makes it more legible. We'll pull it down in PDF view. We want to be able to include at least that list as much as we could in the presentation.
And I pointed out, most of those seem to be local.
Yeah. Cheryl wants to add anything to that.
So there's currently 90 bridges that we consider to be eligible.
Cheryl, speak up. Sorry.
So there's 90 bridges currently on this list to get us started being able to talk with the locals about their needs. This is the list of ones that are based on condition we feel are eligible to be used with this funding. And so our next step is to start talking to locals. Some of them are going to require a match, so we want to make sure that, where we'll fit into their program. So we sent letters to all the locals saying that these are potential candidates. We hope to get more than 90. Of this, I think there's 12 state bridges, not 90, and the majority, all the others, so 78 others are
Serious impact.
Yeah, you like transportation solutions. I think the best thing that came out of this is virtual control.
I'm getting matching pom-poms for this one.
All right, so I think with that wraps up the item number 6, and then sets us up to share it back to, now we're going to jump into some of the capacity project funding.
Can everyone hear me? I'll make sure. Okay, so we talked, we're gonna go back to that first slide that I started with earlier to reorient ourselves about the funding.
Yeah, that's good.
We talked about the transportation fund earlier. Now we're gonna talk about, on the left here, we're gonna talk about the large yellow section, the transportation investment fund that receives the largest portion of our ongoing funding. We're going to talk about the little sliver, light blue sliver on the left, that's the transit transportation investment fund, and then the dark blue sliver at the top, the Cottonwood Canyon Transportation Investment Fund. And in relation for the one-time funding, the TIF fund got the majority of that funding for 23, and the TTIF Transit Transportation Investment Fund also got a portion of the one-time funding. I neglected to mention earlier, all of this information, the data for this is also on our strategic direction online. Right now, it reflects fiscal year 22 budget, but we will shortly be updating for the 23 information that I'm presenting here. So let's start with the Transportation Investment Fund for the ongoing. This list again shows on the left table the revenue that we receive into the fund, and then on the right, the expenditures going out. So as far as revenue, the largest portion is sales tax, and we also receive registration. But we transfer money out. We do receive gas tax into the fund, but we transfer money out to the Cottonwood Canyon TIP and the transit at the TTIP. As far as how we use the money,
So, sure, can I interrupt you? This,
yeah.
Natalie's question on indexing. So really, when you think about the index, I said 30% goes to the locals. They get the full amount of that index. But we get 70%. The 35% of our 70% actually goes to TTIP. So gas tax gets increased. The gas tax can't be used for transit, so it is sent into TIF. That TIF is then freed up and goes into the transit expenditures. So in terms of the state transportation system, we're getting 35% of the indexing for the state highway system. Not full.
When they hope to have memorized all of this like Carlos.
Yeah.
So as you can see on how we use that funding, a portion goes to bond payments and then the rest is for projects. So
If I explain to commission, you have two sales tax, 17%, 3.68%. Distinguish between those two categories.
Yeah.
I would love it Carlos to do that.
There's a history behind each one of these. Looking to see if Greg Curtis is still here. But the 17%, how far back do you want to go? So 2003, 2004 legislative planning task force. And were you in the legislature in 3 and 4? Rhonda?
I was for it.
Okay. So some fit players, Stuart Adams was there, Sheldon Kilpack, Becky Lockhart was the chair of that committee with then Senator Carleen Walker as well. So they spent 2 years looking at transportation. The key outcome was that sales tax should be used for transportation, and that 17% of the statewide sales tax was attributed to automobile-related services and products. Now, there was no money when that decision was made. That report was accepted. They created the TIF. They didn't put any funds. Advanced 2 years later, there's a budget surplus. Governor Huntsman gives a tax cut, but 8.6% of the statewide sales tax was the amount of surplus left over. And so they dedicated 8.6% of it into TIF. Then Senator Adams ran a bill called Senate Bill 229. And what that said is 30% of your growth in sales tax would go to the TIF until it hit 17%. So that's how we got to the 17%. Now, the 3.68 is a little more interesting because I can't remember the exact year, then Speaker Curtis created the Critical Highway Needs Fund. And that was funded with a $90 million direct appropriation. And in statute, they identified criteria to get to specific projects. So that was a direct appropriation, $90 million a year. Several years later, there was the desire to create money, ongoing money for water projects around the state. That was Senate Bill 80. And that over it was an 8-year period, decreased the amount of money going to TIF and pulled it into a water fund. But what it also did, because there was other percentages going into TIF, but what it did is it converted the direct appropriation into a percentage, the 3.68, because that would grow. And so right now, we're 20.68% of the statewide sales tax is going to transportation investment. I don't know if that was more confusing or if it's anywhat helpful.
I think that was great, and I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, Carlos, but Nagi, what you would find interesting is in all of that, so the SB 229, if I'm getting it right, passed by the legislature, vetoed by Herbert, overridden by the legislature.
Yes.
And so it wasn't like these were just like natural, easy things. This was a bitter, not bitter, but
I'll say very
a disagreement
strategically
about how to use earmarks in our budget. And Herbert lost it.
Yeah, he had 2 veto overrides that session. The other one was on the decision that Huntsman had made on sending all employees to the 410s. basically mandatory 410s.
State government's closed on Fridays.
That's what it was.
Yeah. Seriously, it's so well. You need something from your government, but on Friday, you can't get it.
Was that impressive to see that the history of?
The employees like the citizens.
But what I learned, I thought was helpful, Carlos, because the 17% can't change, but the 3.68 will.
Well, they're both going to grow, you know.
It just means the amount going to it. So we got capped, right?
Well, it was until we got to 17%.
Yeah, so now.
So it's whenever 17% raises.
But your 3.6 can still change.
No,
Oh,
no, no.
well,
No, that was the actual, that 3.68 was what that actual direct appropriation represented at the time.
so your accounting here is just to help with that history.
And they're in different places of the code still, right? Right? Yeah.
They cleaned it up a lot. and that's
They
nice.
tried to do, Representative Christopherson tried to clean it up a lot more, but I think it was 2 years ago maybe, but it raised up more problems than it would solve. Sure.
So shown visually, the revenue, obviously the largest proportion of our revenue is sales tax. And then on the expenditure side, 40% is going to bond payments and 60% will be used for projects. Okay, so if we look at the one-time funding going into the Transportation Investment Fund, that's the fund that got the largest proportion of our $1 billion one-time funding. Comes from two sources, the general fund, and then also the Outdoor Adventure Recreation Fund, which they've talked about earlier, that's $16.2 million for paved, for trails. So the language for the $806.2 million coming from the general fund directs it a few places. You can see on this list, $5 million for environmental analysis, US 6, an extension of Media South Mountain View Corridor for $10 million. 30 million was directed for paid pedestrian and non-motorized projects, 35 million to reimburse Mountain Land Association of Governments, 5 million for environmental analysis and mountain green, and then the remainder didn't have specific language to it.
Yay!
You can remind me what that is. All about that one.
To pay back for investments that the locals made on the state system.
I think
As
there's a
controversial as that might be, whatever was said there, but this is stunning, this money.
That's all right.
Yeah, it's stunning.
I mean, this is very, very few directions. The theme that very much wanted to happen is, you know, we're programmed, there's a program down into 2030. And Kevin and I were speaking about, well, how do we react to other needs that might come up? We're programmed out. We've anticipated what revenue might come up. And that was because of action from last year's one-time money from the $705 million from the legislature named projects, all in the first phase of long-range plan. But they also give direction to program out a longer horizon than normal, because what they were trying to do is that 705 didn't really include enough people, so we needed to broaden the, you know, make the swimming pool bigger so that there was more projects included. The intent with this money here is to take those projects and accelerate them up as much as you can, free up room on the back end, and then we will be back to the commission with recommendations and thoughts for that back end. Because there's lots of communities that are saying we need more and we need it faster.
You know, Carlos, maybe, you know, I've been thinking about this a lot the last few days. With this money there, you know, government works best closest to people. And maybe one of the ways that we help get some of these issues resolved faster is maybe up the region's flexibility amount, that they can deal with some of these real budgets.
The problem is those things are in the very large amounts.
Well, I know, they can't handle it. The large amounts will always, they'll eventually get done. But the $1 million to $3 million, they could be forever.
Well, and then the regions have the ability to come to the commission every month. And they do,
Yeah.
and say, I need public hearing.
Well, and I think maybe that's what we need.
Because I think it's important for the commission, I really think it's, this decision-making was given to the commission, and you're gonna have to make trade-offs all the time.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't want us to get into a lot of them.
Carlos, I want to make sure I'm understanding your comment about programmed out through FY30 and all this one-time large pot of money.
The ongoing money use.
Okay, so the way I'm thinking of it is this is borrowed money, the federal government borrowed money and is giving it to us.
This is all state money.
I just asked here and he said it had ARPA in it.
This is all state money.
It was made possible by the fact that we had an infusion of money.
That allowed the
Yes.
state,
So
this
go
doesn't
down
have
this
ARPA,
road with me though.
this isn't ARPA money. Our work wasn't eligible.
Okay, I should have figured that out. But the comment is that, borrowed money, so invest in things that are out in the future, because our kids have to pay this
Right.
back. And that's a wonderful public policy objective. And so all I'm trying to connect is how long does this programming get to happen?
Well, again, this is one-time money.
But who benefits from it? Is it people today or is it people in 5, 10, 15
The
years?
people that will benefit from this, or that, figure that this money will take 2, 3 years, 4 years to get spent on it.
And then
And then people are gonna benefit for
25
the
year
next
life.
50 years,
50.
probably 50, 75 years. And that's what we try to remind ourselves of this is, especially if you're doing something new, or like the reconstructions of the Bangor highway interchanges right now, or intersections, interchanges, fairly impactful work. That's changing the community for 7,500 years. It's gonna be here for a long time. So sometimes you gotta make the right decisions, realizing it's gonna be here forever.
I think this is an amazing opportunity and how I want to compliment all the state budget work that's done to make this happen. It's too bad Senator Nixon's not here to say that. Well, if you just think about it, like, there's a lot of things that could have happened with this money.
But, because it was one time, we're not paying, state employees for this. This is money that's going out to product owner.
But it's not all gonna be spent.
It's impossible. That's right. And we'll work with you, probably, I think we're thinking June, when we can come back with the accelerations, or when we're thinking of Lisa. June timeframe, on how we can, because a lot of these projects, we're moving as fast as we can, right? A lot have environmental works to it, which is very difficult to predict, but of the projects you programmed last year, we anticipate being able to move up quite a few of them. Some 1 year, some 2 years, maybe 3 years. So if Udot employees, the consultants thought they were busy.
Well, that's, in my opinion, that's the next issue we've got. We might have all kinds of projects that no contractors.
The market's tough right now. It's tough for consultants. It's tough for contractors, suppliers, materials. It's a very interesting time.
And the public thinks we have this ready for tomorrow. And that's the calls I get. When are we gonna get this or this not done? Well, you gotta understand, this is a long-term investment. That's part of our messaging. 822 million. That's a lot of money. Back that, you're welcome. Where's the helicopters?
Like, this was the most exciting slide. I just have 4 more that'll go pretty quickly, then we can probably break.
And then we'll do a break for lunch.
Okay, so moving on to the TTIP fund. This, it's pretty simple. It's funded entirely by sales tax. It's transferred from the TIP fund, so 22.5 million. In FY23, it's a smaller proportion of, a smaller funding overall. We did receive 150 million in one-time funds.
I'm sorry, Sharon, if you go back, because I think one of the successes was, if you remember last year, there was bonding authorized for several transit projects. There was 200 million authorized for the strategic double tracking, and that set up with $100 million of one-time cash. But there was also bonding for other transit projects. They freed that up and they used cash to pay for those. That was actually part of the base past first week or two of the session. That's right. This money here was going to be paying that back, this ongoing TTIP. Now the commission has TTIP money to program in transit that we wouldn't have had without that decision to, use cash to pay for the bond. So on top of what you just saw, Natalie, it was more.
Yeah, I can see that.
We might not,
Actually,
we're not thinking about it because it happened, the first week of the session.
Carlos, we had one of the previous things, we had bond payments, like 40 million.
No, it was 300 million.
It's, yeah, 340, almost 340.
They're going down every year.
If we borrowed no money, when do we think we'd have them paid off?
Yeah. I can't remember
I
exactly.
think we go into 2032, 2033 for the last payments.
Okay. I know it's going down to down added.
In your network of other states, have you seen, and I'm thinking peer states, states that are like us, have you seen this Department of Transportation transit kind of nexus occurring?
In terms of money or in terms of
If you
transit.
go back to the orange one, just the way to think about it. No, the orange for transit.
We do that, everything we have is orange.
So this is not like my experience in state public finance. Like, this is very unusual. And so my question is, are other states also doing this, or are we just kind of moving into the transit world as a leading state?
Well, I'll tell you that, I don't think anyone's like Utah, right?
Yeah.
There are several states that have been in transit for a long, long time. Maryland is probably the most multimodal state DOT in the country, where they own and operate the Baltimore International Airport. They operate all of the ports, the major ports. They operate all the transit. There's some private transit providers, but they operate all the transit as well, and the road system. Maryland is now there. New Jersey has transit within the DOT. Connecticut has transit within the DOT.
I'm thinking mountain states like Arizona,
Yeah.
Colorado.
You would have to go to California. They run Caltrain, which is a separate essentially division, but it fits under the Caltrain.
Colorado's not doing this.
Yeah.
It's really interesting to me.
It's being done as regional authorities, and the states will do some one-time investments, but the state legislature recognizes we're growing, we're going to continue to grow, and we cannot meet our future mobility needs just with roads. And when you start thinking about, we're building Mountain View Corridor, we're converting Bangor Highway, but we're still gonna, you know this better than us, Natalie, we're gonna get to 5 million people by 2060, 2050. It's scary how fast it's happening. And we're not gonna be able to double our lanes. So transit is not.
Robert flew me over Salt Lake County in Google Earth this week, and you see the density of development in Salt Lake County. It's really, we all know it, but if you fly over it, it's really
start to go northern Utah
And you
County,
start to know that it has to go
Salt
up.
Lake County, downtown, our densities are really changing fast. So that, I think the key thing is our legislature recognizes transit has to play a key role. And part of the decision that they made is, we want to continue to invest money. They presented me with some options on the capital responsibilities. They said, we will have more confidence to invest more money in transit if you ask. And that was good enough reason for me.
And there's economies of scale to doing that. Just the sophistication that is embedded here.
So, no, this is pretty unique.
So this slide shows the one-time funding for TTIP. So for 23, we received 150 million, 75 to be put towards short-order double tracking, and then 75 million for Twin Mountain. And then as Carlos mentioned, 232 million was given to us for our fiscal year 22 budget that was previously intended to be bonded and swapped out for cash. So a lot of one-time funding in this 22-23 fiscal year. And then our last fund is the Conway Canyons Transportation Investment Fund. This is entirely funded by sales tax also that is transferred from the TIP fund, so about 19 million. And
Now that wasn't appropriated, so that sits.
And it's replenished, or that's
It
just.
grows. It grows, and it continues to grow.
Okay.
So this is ongoing money as opposed
It's
to.
taking up to anything above the 3% growth that is built in. Is it 3% above the TTIP growth? Up to $20 million a year is capped. So, the legislature, appropriates assumes how much growth in the sales tax. Any growth above 3% above that amount will go to this fund up to 20 million.
A year.
A year. But it's not appropriate.
Carlos, it's amazing how you keep track of all this.
Yeah.
Well, these guys are.
Where's our hotspot funding relative to complications? That's really this.
Okay, so that was as part of that last bond authorization, there was a $1 billion bond authorization. $100 million of that was identified for recreational hotspots. The commission made a decision on where to allocate that. They allocated, I think, $65 million to Little Copper Canyon. That was that they did money in Bear Lake, they did money in Moab, they did money in Zones. So,
Those funds are all exhausted.
no, we're still working on those projects. I mean,
This 20 will
No,
basically.
it'll go to the cotton canyons, whatever the solution
Whatever the
is
solution
for
is.
that, whatever that is.
So this is the way.
It's not gonna add to those other projects.
Yeah, you just, so you got 60 hotspot plus.
Plus that.
Plus
Plus that. I mean, the solutions are all 500, 600 million capital with serious ongoing overhead. Because basically that's any of the solutions are the transit system.
great, that concludes.
It's purpose today. So you just did that to make me feel good. So then, I'll leave you. Come on, is half an hour enough to eat? Lunch is right outside.
Carlos, remind us how it works, so you get lunch, and then we're gonna go to.
No, we're gonna have lunch, we're gonna come back. We've got 8 and 9 to cover.
Okay.
And then you guys go on the tour and I'll get shipped back to Seoul.
I saw you with very little in your bag today. I thought I tried to pack some. And then I realized you get to sleep in the beds if you.
I guess that's one way to look at it. I haven't been there the last couple of years.
8. Transportation Investment Fund, Transit Transportation Investment Fund. There is going to be some transportation fund in there, but it's mostly focused on these categories.
Not sure they might.
So this is, and some of this is going to be a little bit repetitive, but hopefully it's by design to kind of connect some dots from what Leif started with on the legislation, and then Shara mentioned in the funding, and so it's purposeful to put it in here, and sometimes you're going to see some of the same information again, but hopefully this presentation portion creates a little bit of a trail, so that, you know, right before next session, when we're all trying to remember how it worked, it was very helpful last time the way that this worked, so that's how we'll run it. So this first slide here on the left, it re-mentions some of the stuff that we did on with roads. We're going to be talking about roads, transit, active transportation, some rail, and wildlife crossings even going to be mentioned in here. So this dollar amount summary has been hit on in some of the other combination of Leif and Shara's information. So this is an overview of new funds to Udot for projects. So some of the things that don't show up in here are some of the transfers and things like that. But this is, now we're trying to hone in on new funds to Udot for projects. So most of it is TIP and TTIP, but like I said, there is a little bit of transportation fund in there that just to keep the process clean, that is going to make some appearance in this. So those at the front table at least we've got some hard copy information, and so one of that, and then there is some extras over here on the table for if anybody else needs some that didn't get any. But I'll just point to this slide because we're gonna see this slide a couple different times, so everybody's got it in front of them also to. You can make check marks as we go if you want to show that we're making progress. And it'll help orient where we're at in this progression. So for the first one, state roads, TIP, each one of these are broken down, and we try to hit some of the legislation, recap some of the legislation, and then go into any commission programming actions that are associated with that. So we'll start off with state road projects. And TIP. And here again, it's just a different look at some of the information that's been presented before from the legislation. So it shows the 806.2 that was mentioned. I think we briefly talked about I don't know if we talked about it in detail yet, the I-215 frontage road piece, but we'll hit all of these as we go here. State park access and wildlife mitigation running on the bottom. So first one, the way that these are set up is actually cut and pasted the intent language from the bill to chase it all the way through. So this is actually from HB3, and it shows that there was general fund money in the amount of 806.2 into the TIP. And then this slide here shows a summary of the legislated items that were part of that money. I think one of the reasons why there's some underlining here in an arrow is that there was a little bit of question that came up on the description of the environmental analysis for US 6. And so I think we just wanted to point this out, that I think we've done some coordination, and the intent is the interchange at US 6 and I-15 in Spanish Fork, even though it mentioned Spanish Fork Cemetery. Is that correct? So that's the first line in there. There was the intent language is shown there, $5 million for an environmental analysis. It talked about there was an extension of 90th South in Salt Lake County, which is anticipated to be a funding transfer. The paved pedestrian projects with the 20% matching amount of $30 million. We're going to talk about that one more. And we mentioned the reimbursement to Mountain Land for local fund spending $35 million, and then interchange on I-84 and Mountain Green environmental analysis for $5 million. The intent of this is to show the total of $85 million
Ben, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Are these items like the interchange and Mountain View Corridor and Mountain Green project, are they already in the long range plan, or is this putting them in the long range plan?
Like
Or
the-
already on our list?
Like the interchange at I-84, I believe is in the unfunded portion of the long range plan, but this is specific to an environmental analysis. So the construction project was not in it wasn't in phase one or anything, but this starts that process of environmental analysis. Yeah. This slide, it's got a couple of bill references, HB2 and HB3. And the goal of this, it talks about it shows intent language for funding to help mitigate traffic associated with the Taylorsville office building. So there's two pieces to this. The first piece talks about funding available from TIF, and the second piece talks about funding from proceeds of the sale of surplus property in the area of the Calvin Ramsey complex.
They're going to drive the driver's track.
Yeah.
So to the west of our building, we own the driver's track. We did the autonomous shuttle.
Yeah,
out there,
right,
if you guys remember.
So we wanted to reference this because we will include in the recommendations table that I-215 frontage road project that would help mitigate the traffic associated with the Taylorsville office building. But we'll have to coordinate the timing on the funding with respect to the sale of the property. And depending on the timing of that, it would be possibly you might get reimbursement to the fund situation if the project is not open at the time. So once again, this is a little bit of a documentation purpose for this slide that will remember the two references.
But the region's completed the environmental. Remember?
And I'm going through these kind of quick, but we'll sum them up again. But it's trying to show how we got from the intent language to what is going to be shown for recommendations. So this one is here again. There's a couple different. There was a lot of good connecting the dots work. I think I mentioned that before on multiple bill references, and when you put them together, that's how you get the full picture of what's going on. So this one, SB 13 and HB 3, the combination of those two discusses intent language for an environmental analysis on SR 92, the Western Extension. I think this one was mentioned earlier, in the amount of $4 million. So it's got the references to both of those spots.
So the reason it was in this state road jurisdiction bill is because it currently is not a road that exists. I've always been the assumption of Udot and the locals that it would be a local road. The discussion that the legislature had is that once it's built, it should be a state road. And so this is actually going to be a difficult project, Rob, in my opinion. Wasn't super excited about this one. This is going through Thanksgiving golf course. It takes out the clubhouse. I've already started getting calls from golfers there. But fun.
It takes out the whole.
It does take out a few holes. That we'll have to reconfigure and rebuild.
So here's the slide format that I mentioned before. On the left, it's intended to show our current plan for timing, and obviously the discussions or questions or anything can adjust that if needed. Most of these, other than the 215 frontage road, it's legislated the specific location or project and the amount, so there's not a lot of work that needs to be done to further that for how it shows up in the STIP, other than the I-215 frontage road. So that's why it says in the April workshop, proposed scope and budget as needed. The goal would be to come back with a recommendation on what the estimate is, so that can be requested, or so that approval can be requested on the scope and budget on that one. So essentially, we'll fill out this table to be able to come back for the request for approval. And that, this set is in the April workshopping meeting next month at current schedule. So now, this one showed up in a couple spots in the previous presentations. This shows the intent language. So this has to do with it's called the Outdoor Adventure Infrastructure Restricted Account. So there was $16.2 million that was transferred into the TIF from that restricted account. And it had some intent language in it in HB 409, where it talked about using it for paved pedestrian or paved non-motorized and access to state parks from state highways, consistent with the purposes permitted. And then the second part of that, to put the puzzle pieces together, if you look at HB 3, it says of that, in a different bill, it says of that 16.2, 10 million is used for paved pedestrian or non-motorized with a 20% match. So that, the way that we're interpreting that is that 10 million is specifically called out for paved pedestrian motorized with 20% match, which leaves the other 6.2 for access to state parks. We will see this one again because when we start talking about the active transportation piece of this, we'll show the same slide and show the reverse and what we're doing with the 10 million.
So Ben, so the 6.2 does not necessarily have to be a trail. It could help access to, so talk about that.
Correct, yeah, so that's why right now we listed it on the state road project section, because that, access to state parks from state highways could be, I think some of the examples that were talked about during this were some turn lanes or something that would help some safety issues with getting into state parks. So that's why I wanted 10 million is for the paved trails, but then there's this 6.2 that's got some additional potential uses.
Carlos,
Yes.
just to be clear, so that some of this money could be used to do some turning lanes at a state park entrance.
Yes, that 6.2.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So with that, here's another one of the slides that, because there wasn't specific projects identified for the 6.2, we're proposing a schedule of, we would start coming with some proposed projects next month, but then it might take a couple months to work through the scope and budget on those. So this one's on a little bit different time frame than the one we talked about before. So I think the goal would be work with the regions and contacts, coordinate with state parks as necessary to try to come up with some recommendations for that 6.2. I think we have some potentials in mind, but we haven't completed.
We need to do a coordination with state parks. And if commissioners have thoughts on projects that the region director.
So yeah, the goal would be fill this table out with some initial project ideas for April, and then May come back with dollar amounts, and then June approve. That's current schedule. Obviously, like I mentioned before, we can always adjust if we need to do additional coordination or take a look at some other things. So now we're going back up to if you start with the 806, and then you subtract the 85 million that was legislated, that leaves approximately 720 million to program. And here is the intent language that we're doing that. And so the key points here are that the commission consider highway projects as they're currently ranked, and that the commission disperse projects statewide geographically. And I think similar to the wording that was last year is consider projects beyond the normal programming horizon. So to start that process, we have this list. So everybody's got a copy of this list.
The colors are very helpful. You all have to acknowledge that, right?
So current schedule would be, I'm gonna show in the next couple slides, we would propose a starting point for those projects this month. Do some refining of the scope and budget, come back with scope and budget in April and potentially request approval. So to meet that intent language, what the current recommendation is UDOT took a look at this current rank list. The rank list that you've got has got projects crossed off on it that have been funded in the with previous actions. And the goal was to to initially recommend the top ranked project from each region to meet that geographically dispersed intent language. I will point out that the very top ranked project on the list as a whole is the I-15 managed motorways, and we talked about that last year, where we kind of need to do some further study or evaluation on that one, and that's where we're still at on that project. So barring that, if you look at the top ranked project from each region, which goes to your color, the color code comment, that's what is shown on the screen here as an initial recommendation for how to meet that intent language.
What does the R stand for? The big capital R's?
So on that list, we had previously provided two separate lists that show a rural filter. And so just to try to keep it on one list, we did kind of a shortcut and put an R next to the ones that would have shown up on the rural filtered list. Yes. Yes.
I don't know where this is going. Maybe this is a helpful comment. I don't find picking the top one from each region as a really good way to meet the geographic requirement. So if there was ever a time to weigh in on that, let me know.
Well, now's the perfect.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where we, like I said, this was our starting point, so yeah,
Part of
let's
it
have that.
depends on what was the rationale for creating those regions, and when did that occur? Things changed since then. But where I'm really going, I think of the 29 counties being organized into economic regions where there's a flow of goods and people, and that is defined in our state. The Southwest is one of them. Interestingly, Carbon-Emery County is one. It's an integrated economic region that has its own commuter shed and flow. So anyway, if you were trying to get geographic disbursement, I would go to the hearts of the economic regions, and that would give you 5 projects from the 5 economic regions, or 6 from 6. But this seems more arbitrary than I think we have better science, better data than that.
That's the perfect discussion for today, because I think that's what we're looking for, is how to best meet that intent and take that information. I think it would be likely that this wouldn't be the full amount, so we did leave some room to do some additional stuff. This was the starting part of the discussion, so.
No, I mean, that's a really interesting filter. You know, we could probably get a GIS layer of those economic zones and overlay it with these, with this filter, this regional filter, to look to add, you know, to add additional information as you guys make your decision.
I'm just calling it up just so I'm making sure I got it right. So it looks like the 6 economic regions that are defined by commuting patterns, consumption patterns using healthcare data, because it's one of the best ways. They do follow county boundaries, which is super helpful there. But just for example, there's a greater Salt Lake region, West Central, Southwest, East Central, Southeast, and North Basin. And they don't quite follow AOGs, but AOGs would be another way to do this, associations of government. But both of those are, I think, better than the Udot regions, which to me look like, you know, a way to administer a highway program but not have it allocate.
And I'll be
projects.
honest, we're using the Udot regions as a surrogate for what the legislators were, when they talk about dispersion, they're talking about political districts,
Mhm. Yeah.
which is another way to look at it. But that's absolutely the lens they were looking for.
So we can do some additional
Yeah.
looking based on those comments and see what kind of recommendations. might
Because,
come out of
but
that.
I'll send the documentation on these economic research.
Okay.
That would be great. And we could get, they could probably get with you in the interim. But, we'll get that information out to all the other commissioners. So as you look at this, I think we meet the intent with this lens as an additional criteria. Just another piece of information.
So the list we're looking at is 2 years old. And I acknowledge that there are things that are on here that are funded. Have we not added to this list during this period of time?
Okay, so then we can talk a little bit. Do we have Andrea here?
What's that?
Andrea's not here.
No, I can
Speak to the long-range plan process,
Yeah.
where we are.
I'm actually very glad that you asked that question because I was looking for a place to.
I feel like I have
Fit.
to learn every single year, everything that we've already done again.
Yeah. So yes, as far as the prioritization process, which generated this list, one of the things I'm going to start with, Leif mentioned a couple things that, well, at least one thing in his presentation about the affordable housing criteria on how the commission may, I think that was the may versus shall wording, commission may prioritize things. So we have, because of things like that and some lessons learned that we have with working on this list for the last couple of years, we intend to come back to the commission with a plan for a revision or an update of the prioritization process. I think we even talked about in a previous meeting about maybe needing to take another look at weightings and things like that on the criteria, just because we've used it for a little while and now it's seen kind of how the results of it. So I think we're currently planning on coming back in May to walk through a plan. And one of the other big reasons is we have an update to the long range plan. Yes.
I think that's the important piece.
Yeah.
This is the first phase of the long range plan. That doesn't change but every 4 years. It's on a 4-year cycle. And so the ranking or the ranked list.
Yeah, the ranked list, yes.
That would be more dependent on, if you guys make a change to how you prioritize.
So what we want to propose is taking some time to incorporate lessons learned, incorporate some of the new potential legislation, working with the commission on weightings and measures with the goal of having an updated prioritization process ready for when the new long-range plan comes out in mid to fall 2023. So we've got about a year to work through that process. That's our proposal. And then we would want to sync it up to where we would sync up timing of running these lists with the long-range plan cycle. So we'd have a new one with the new long-range plan, and then I think we're thinking about doing some midpoint updates and then keeping it on the same schedule so it fits really well with the project. So more to come on that, but I think we've got some work ahead of us to coordinate and take feedback and improve that process.
We have flexibility on the decision timing on this, because think about what we're talking.
Right.
Talking about 29, 30, probably.
Yes.
Fiscal years.
I really appreciate the insight that you brought to this conversation about thinking about how we actually do business.
Well, and it'd be real easy for you to go, well, if we prioritize it by our regions, this is what it looks like, one for each. If we do it by economic regions, here's what we get. If we do it by Senate districts, here's what we get.
No, we're not.
But in any case, but it's giving us. But it would show us how, we get to have input or we get to decide, there's ways to do it. And the value of the economic one is that that's what the system's serving. And so you're giving each of those systems in our state investment.
So I have a question in regard to that, Natalie. What about rural areas that have small economic impact, but need, their lifeline is transportation? So I think we need to factor some of those things in as well.
I think that's where we have an advantage, where the rurals have an advantage. It's thinking about the fact that that's how we connect to the rest of the world through those other places. We don't have that.
Right, but we may not fall into that.
It cuts both ways the way I'm thinking of it. So in the greater Salt Lake region, Salt Lake County, Salt Lake City is the absolute center of that region. All of these regions have centers, and that's a big region. So in that case, some of the more rural outlying counties might get left out. But because Carbon and Emory is its own economic region, that's only 2 counties that can get elevated. Rural. And since, in this case, since region 4 is so huge, you're only getting 1, and you've got how many counties in it?
14 counties.
Yeah, they're being penalized for that, right? Under this scenario, Southwest would get 1. Well, I don't know how it would work, but Southwest, Southeast, West Central, it takes region 4 and puts 3 different economic regions. So it cuts both ways. But I would also say that giving 1 to each doesn't make sense because they're all different sizes. What you'd want to do is take the pot of money and say, based on size, this is how much you want to put it, and then geographically, right? So you get with Greater Salt Lake more size, and then in that you can take care of. Anyway, I'm just giving ideas. You can be a lot more
I think
specific
this
than
is
this.
a discussion to be having.
This is the power of the commission, because for years people would say, well, let's take the politics out, let's come up with a math formula. I'm sorry, it's impossible. You're not going to come up with a math formula. So by looking at it through different lenses, and then the commission being able to talk through, because you're making decisions on behalf of the state, what's important to the state of Utah. And so this is exactly what needs to happen. And we will set up, separate meetings, time, whatever time you'd like to be able to spend looking at things and asking questions. And our team can try to get answers. But there's not going to be, you're not going to get an, here's number 1, here's number 2.
Carlos, I like, Gary's talking about it. Some states pretty much you have the ranking, and then you have by law. And all that, I really like how we, our state, set it up so we can take all these overlays information and then make the best decision, for our state. And if you're looking at a lot of different data points, instead of say this is the grinder, it comes out and you're stuck by a lot.
I don't believe that there's, no matter how smart you are, you're not going to find a perfect meat grinder. And also, people need to understand how that meat grinder works, and that won't ever happen either. So this is a decision-making tool. As long as you, if you don't follow this down and you want to make a different decision, all you have to do is make that decision in a public meeting and state why.
This gives us more wise.
So this, like I said, this was a starting point, but we can obviously adjust this as far as either timing or list, to accommodate the discussions that need to happen. So if we end up needing to do some additional coordination and adjust that, that's why we put something up here to start the discussion. So. This one is the intent language related to, this one is going to be transportation fund money, but it's a intent language for $1 million to match a federal grant for wildlife mitigation on I-84. So we're showing that as a placeholder. I'm also gonna show that on my, I'm gonna do a grant update in the tomorrow meeting, like I've done those grant updates before. And I'm showing this as a placeholder because this, as we research this would be for a future grant within the IAJ program. There's a couple different potential fits, but this is setting aside some money for the match for pursuit of a federal grant. So then to kind of summarize the state road portion, on the left, there's some legislated information we need to fill out the I-215 frontage road in Taylorsville, and on the right is the commission, where the commission will work with the commission on coming up with what the projects and the approved amounts are. Work on the timing after we take into consideration the comments and everything. So on our orientation sheet, that covers the first section, state roads, or TIP, legislation and commission program. So now we're going to talk about active transportation, and I'm going to try to walk through this and not make it confusing, but there's a couple different things going on, so we'll do our best here. So first of all, on the legislation side, we've got those two different places where money is coming from for use in active transportation, HB3 and HB 409. So the first one's fairly straightforward. It's intent language right in HB3, and it appropriates $30 million for paved pedestrian or paved non-motorized projects with a 20% match. So this language is very similar to the language last year that was associated with $35 million that came. They both had 20% match, and they both were for paved pedestrian or paved non-motorized. The second piece, now this is the flip side of the thing that we talked about for the state parks access. This is the 16.2 that was listed in HB 409, and then in HB 403 there was additional language that says of that 10 million is to be used for paved pedestrian or paved non-motorized transportation projects, and it also had the same 20% match. So if you combine those two together, 30 million from HB3 by itself, and then the 10 million from HB 409 and HB3, then we get, that's how we get the 40 million. That's how we get the 40 million that we mentioned in the previous slides. So for this, our approach recommendation is the same approach that we took last year with the 35 million. Is we had a list of regionally important active transportation projects that were developed by the regions in coordination with the MPOs and planning division. And I think the first chunk was funded through the 35 million. And then, so now we have some remaining ones. I'll orient you to the second hard copy page that you've got that has the heading of Udot TIP active prioritization rank list. We're going to use this one twice. But the first time is, I want to highlight the yellow highlights on that, which those are the regionally important projects. Active transportation projects. So those are the remaining ones from that previous list. Yes.
When you say that, does that mean that the locals have already said that if you don't do it, we can come up with great percent?
Nope, that's why the timing that we were showing on the left is proposed as it is, because similar to last time, these ones didn't come through the same nomination process as our normal TIP active projects, so we need some time to coordinate with the locals and do the same type of coordination we did last time, where we asked them, hey, are you good with this? Do you have the match? Is there any other considerations we need to take? I guess the other part of that is our initial estimate for the remaining projects on the regionally important list was 46.2 million. And we have 40 million. So we're going to have to figure out how to navigate that, and also with any increases in estimates on those. So there's a possibility that we either don't get to all of the projects that are remaining, or we maybe have to modify some scope on some of the projects to get to them all, but yeah, the total, like I said, the initial estimate on the ones that are yellow highlighted was 46.2 million. And that was, this is all consistent with the information that we provided in the governor's budget, correct?
Yes. So the difference, 20% match on this money versus the normal TIF active is 40%.
On the yellow money or all of this?
Yellow money is the 20% match.
Yeah, so I guess I'll say that on the sheet that you have, you can disregard the funding amount there, because this sheet is our normal TIF active sheet, and that would be showing what it would be with a 40% match. So I'm using it to highlight the projects, but not the dollars, just to clarify.
There's yellow, green, and not highlighted.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, I'm ahead again. Sorry.
So with this, just to recap, our current plan would be to try to propose projects next month and then come back with budget and scope in May and then approve that in June. That one, there's some potential for change in there depending on the local coordination, just because we've got to do that same process we did last time. It worked pretty well last time though. I think we were able to work through it in a 3-month time frame.
I think we did approval in August last year.
It was either, yeah, it was August, September, yeah.
Okay, that was our first time inventing this process.
Yeah.
And then
Yes.
the local match can be combination of cash, sweat equity, property values.
Yeah, the way that we interpreted it last time is we applied the same match requirement rules from our normal process in our rule, which allowed for an in-kind match. So if that's what we end up working with the local one, I believe that we can apply that same definition. So here's just the recap of it, and the goal would be to fill out this table to work through the rest of the process. So come up with the total project, identify the projects, come up with total project estimates, identify the 20% match, and then that would come up with the TIP funding estimate that would have to be at below 40 million. So that's the legislation part of the TIP, or the active transportation project. So now this is where, hoping not, that doesn't get too confusing, because we're going to shift to our normal TIF active process, which is the same list, but it's got different rules. So this is where we switch back to what, like Carlos said, our normal process is we request local nominations for these projects, and it requires a 40% match instead of 20% match. So we get the nominations, we run through the models that we worked on and rank them, and then this is the list that is generated. So with that, we took a look at the TIP program and took a look at the list and came up with a potential recommendation for this month. And that is what you see in green on the hard copy. And the reasoning behind it is we took a cue from the last TIP active projects that were approved by the commission, and it was to hit multiple entities with this program. One being it's a new program and trying to get some projects going in multiple locations. So the green ones represent, here again, a little bit similar. It's the top ranked project from a nominating entity. So if there was an entity that had multiple, we picked their top ranked project, and this allowed to get with the look at our program and what we think is reasonable for the next few years, allowed us to get a ways down that list and hitting multiple different entities. So here again, this is an initial recommendation. these were nominated a little while ago, and we have not done we haven't done much follow-up coordination prior to having this discussion with the commission, because we wanted to see if that approach was the way that the commission wanted to go with this. These were nominated, so I guess taking a little bit of a leap, it's more likely that the match would be available than the ones that were part of the regionally important list, which were not necessarily nominated projects. If that, I hope that didn't confuse. Just intended to clarify, but. So I guess so our initial recommendation for this month would be to recommend the green projects on the list that you have.
What's the yellow?
The yellow is the regionally important projects from the previous.
It was not the whole. So community has been contacted already. They have a visa selection, and then you're gonna contact.
Yeah, if I think our intent is we have this conversation, and then we would start that coordination. These projects were nominated by these communities, so they were the ones that put them forward with the required 40% match. So the hope would be that that's still the case, but there has been a little bit of time that's elapsed between the nomination and this point, so there always could be something that would be changed. And like I said, if we need to adjust the schedule on this to have some additional conversation or methodology, that's why we wanted to start it this month. It's maybe a little bit ahead of where we would have started talking project level in our normal process. Gives us a little bit more time to do that if needed.
So can I just recap quickly? The green ones have already been through some process where they were ranked or rated in some way, and the communities have committed the 20%.
40%.
Or 40%.
This list was generated, the ones that are in green, all the ones that under the nominator column don't say regionally important project list, they were nominated by local entities. We put out a call for nominations, they submitted the projects, then we ran them through the prioritization model to come up with this ranking.
So they
committed to.
So they understood that there was a 40% match requirement.
And the yellow ones are,
Those were projects that our regions worked with MPOs and central office to look from a more regional perspective. It was what was used to sell the concept to the legislature last year to fund, this regionally important active transportation.
okay, but they're falling out of this.
They would be funded.
We're targeting the 40 million. We're targeting the yellow ones with the 40 million.
Got
The green ones are coming from the normal cycle of a year TIF active.
it.
There's
Yeah,
two
I just
parts
want
of
to
it.
make sure I'm clear.
Even though they're both in the same physical fund.
Yeah.
They came there two different ways.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
It's not.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out the best way to,
It's not
like, this is going to be interesting.
This is my first time to go through this, and like Dawn said, even if it were my second or third, I might be asking very simple questions, so,
Believe it or not, the colors help a lot.
yeah. Good. Thank you.
So this slide shows the tentative schedule. And then if that's the approach that we want to take with the regular TIP active transportation projects, it would look like this, where we have the list of projects, and then we would work in April to come back with the estimates, show the required 40% match, which would then show what would be required from the TIF for that portion, the 60% portion. So it's a long list, multiple entities. I think that was one of the outcomes of that way of looking at it. So it shows up on 3 different slides to show the whole table. I think part of it is, these are the types of, some of these projects are smaller dollar amount. I think to some of the comments Commissioner Gardner, you mentioned, this is a good opportunity for some of those quality of life, active transportation connections in local communities.
This is remarkable. 3 years ago, we wouldn't even be talking about this. You can see the size of this many projects.
All right, any other questions? I know that was a lot, and especially with the two different sets of rules, it was somewhat confusing, but I guess I'll throw out a standing offer. If anybody has questions after the fact, after you've had a chance to look at it more, it's a little abrupt to look at it, to understand it all right in this meeting, but we'd be happy to have additional conversations or meetings or calls or whatever we need to as we go forward. So we talked about state roads, we talked about active transportation projects. Now we're going to talk about transit projects. So the first section is talking about legislation. There's a few different items listed here before. The first, I think all of these have been mentioned. This is a summary. The first one, HB 322, is where it talks about Udot being involved in oversight and management of the fixed guideway capital development. Then there's the bonding, the cash replacing the bonding, and then some legislated project callouts from HB 3. So this is the language. I think somebody asked before, fixed guideway. I think on the left here, it shows the definition. Public transit facility that occupies rail and then a separate right of way for public transit use, like you would see on a bus rapid transit or BRT project. So this slide just shows the actual language from the bill where it gives that responsibility to UDOT.
Doesn't include skiers.
No gondola.
And it also references the October 31st deadline for the department to submit the written plan. To decide on.
No pressure there.
And the plan is for us to come back with what do we need to do internally in terms of positions, divisions, how do we need to organize to be able to do what's being asked? Because right now we're asked to do 2 projects we're going to pick up, we're going to run. Just do the best we can with basically one UDOT employee before we directly tear it away. But it's going to take more than one employee.
That one employee been identified or?
Yes, he is. He's very tall, so he's a big employee.
That's cool.
We stole him from Robert. He's Ryan Allen is he was running the Bangor Highway project. Excellent. Enthusiastically said yes. I'm not sure if he would say that today, but at the time he was enthusiastically said yes. So, thank you, Robert.
So here's the language on SB 6 that shows the 232 million that replaces the bonding. Here's the breakdown of, there was 150 million from general fund into the TTIP. The first 75 was related to front runner, and it talks about 75 total, but up to 5 million for environmental analysis to extend front runner to Payson. So on the table here is 70 and 5 as a placeholder to show that breakdown and match up with the intent language. And then the remaining 75 is for the future transit project at Point of the Mountain. So that was the the legislative portion of transit. Now we're gonna, once again, go into our lists. So now our regular TTIP process, is very similar to the TIP active process where we have our prioritization process. We have two categories under the TTIP. We have what we call TTIP transit. It's a little bit redundant in the title, but it's for transit capital projects. And then we have TTIP first mile, last mile, which is active transportation connections to public transit systems. So with that, I guess a lot of this is on the heels of the cash replacement of bonding, which freed up money in the TTIP. I took a look at the TTIP projection, and we're going to present a recommendation that would program TTIP out into 2025, a little bit into 2025, so approximately 2.5 years in the TTIP, and that's going to be based on the ranked lists that we have for TTIP transit, TTIP first mile, last mile. So the first one, TTIP transit, that is the next list. There's some highlighted projects in green on that one, and the recommendation is very simply based, and it is all of the nominated projects on that list. So
we need the 40% match.
yep. So the way that this list pool of projects was generated is all the first phase projects were automatically included. They're called input list items. But then, similar to TIP Active, there's a process for locals or public transit districts to nominate projects for consideration in the prioritization process. So given that it does require a 40% match, the recommendation is based on the ones that were nominated because they came from those entities.
So then if it's a nominated process, they're required to do 40% if it's not nominated, or is that, are you still required for 40%? Okay.
So that's why, I guess that's trying to figure out a simple way to explain, that's the reasoning for targeting the ones that were nominated because they actually came.
Because they said,
yes,
we're prepared.
We want, these are the ones that are important to us that we want, that we were requesting funding for.
Now, would you think the overlay of the regions differently also can have joined this list?
Second floor.
And I think that's a good way even going forward. The one thing is that if it wasn't a nominated project, it would then be contingent on the local or the public transit district contributing that 40% match, because it's a requirement for any project that comes out of TTIP through this process.
Would SunTrans and CATS be eligible for this if they were prepared to participate?
Yes.
Financially.
And the commission did put money towards the Zion's transit system, but that was out of the hotspot recognition.
Right. And that's not, that doesn't give ongoing support, that's just.
No, and that was the deal. They want us to be the capital, but that ongoing.
So just to round out the TTIP, it kind of makes sense to talk about, there are two different project types, but it's from the same fund. So I'll just jump to the next one, which is the first mile, last mile. This is the next list that you have. And like I said, based on we took a look at the program amounts available in TTIP, and based on that, the recommendation is to fund all of the projects that came through the nomination process on that list. So like I said, if you take those two lists together with the projects that are highlighted in green, those recommendations would be about 2.5 years worth of programming in TTIP. So it's not a huge, long programming horizon. It does leave room to add additional projects in future years, but it does get quite a few, criteria, gets all of the nominated projects in the recommendation. So if that approach is okay with the commission, then we would come back and fill out these tables and start coordinating with the entities that would be required.
Yeah, we gotta go back to them,
Yeah.
make sure they're still.
Make sure they're good with what they nominated. So that was a lot of information, a lot of lists, a lot of highlighting, a lot of colors. So I guess before we start the tail end of the wrap up on this section, is there any questions?
Not a question, but comment, how you beautifully put together the bills and synchronized it because.
I need to give credit to Terry on that one.
I followed the bills carefully this year.
She sat down and did most of it
Yes,
herself.
Terry, and she did that last year also, and it was very helpful 6 months down the road when we're all trying to remember, like, where did that come from? And so, yes, it was, she did a lot of great work on that, and we modeled this year's off of the start that happened last year. So we can have more discussion on these. Once again, I'm gonna extend that same offer if there's questions or if you want to do some calls later or meetings. I know that there's a lot of projects. I guess that's a good thing. There's a lot of entities that potentially benefit from this funding. And like Carlos mentioned, this is fairly new. This type of active transportation and transit project funding was not available a few years ago, so.
And one more comment, thank UDOT and the commission who decided to have a workshop in a separate month rather than 3 days or 1 month. That was.
It was a full day.
So much good for it. So this gives a little time to get education.
So there's a couple slides in the slideshow here, there's a couple slides that encompass the first mile, last mile list.
Can I just ask a quick question? What does UTA think about all this shit? I'm just curious. That's not
All that.
That's all it's all about. Okay, that's why we go on a bus.
Well, I think we love UTA, we love working with them, and we've worked with them in partnership for 25 years. I mean, Charles and Lyle know this. We do their eminent domain work. I mean, so we've been working with them closely for a long time. This, of course, it probably didn't feel good for UTA, but at the end of the day, it came down to the state. Will the state continue to invest money in transit? And this gave more confidence for the state to do that, for the legislature to do that, and UTA sees that. They see that this will provide a little bit more, maybe assurance that for those investments. And so I think they're looking at this from the big picture perspective that this is better for transit and therefore it's better for the state overall.
It makes a lot of sense, I think, practically speaking, because we're so close together involved in, and most people think it was UTA.
Yeah, this is not about, a UDOT project or a UTA project. This is about a Utah project.
Precisely, and I just hope that's the real.
We will continue to emphasize.
Great. Thank you. Hey,
Ben, I'm sorry.
Yeah, last section here is,
There's more.
yeah, this one, it's a short. So this just ties up connects some dots from previous presentations on rail, separate from transit. This is rail, and there was some specific projects that were bonded for in the previous session, 32 million. that bond was replaced with cash, and then there was a HB3 $40 million amount. Yeah, here we have the intent language here. So intent language for 40 million for it to match a federal rail grant. So once again, this one, I believe that this is targeted at the Provo sub-rail consolidation. And I think this is for a potential future grant. So I'm going to show this as a placeholder in my grant spreadsheet that there's 40 million legislated set aside for that. And that is it. So does everybody have all the check boxes marked on their sheet?
Okay, so questions for Ben? That was a lot. Any commissioner who wants to sit next to Ben on the bus, he probably has the highest seat value to sit next to. But we'll come, we'll come to you, whatever format is helpful for you, that you're thinking about this. I know it's a lot. So please call us, email us, text us, let us know what we can do to help in the decision-making process. Good, Ben? Thank you.
Do we go look and see the rest of the lunch?
Where, the rest of the long-range plan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that exist someplace?
Yes, it does.
Of course it does. It's online.
It's online, go to the Udot webpage. And what we'll do is Ben can show you where to find the long-range plan.
We don't have to do that now. That's, I
guess there's a couple different ways, because we can look at UDOT's portion of long-range plan, which is everything outside of the MPO areas. We've got some document, but yeah, there's also the unified plan, which collects all of the 5 plans, the 4 MPOs plus the rest of the plan. So unifiedplan.org, if I got that right. Somebody checking real quick. And that has maps. You can do, you can filter on road projects, transit projects, transportation projects.
okay, great, thanks.
So, what? Great.
The cookies for break are really good.
Okay, but let's do that just on your own because we're going to keep going. We have at 2:30. We have. Understand you have some friends that are planning to join us on.
Yes, Commissioner and the mayors.
For the tour at 2:30. We had allocated 15 minutes per region director to go through the region reports. Lisa, how do you want to do this?
Get it done in 5.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are already challenged, but you don't want the problem, so.
Also, an inside joke here.
Start with Rob.
Start with go.
Just go.
Rob White. I know what I'm talking about.
Well, thank you. And we spent a lot of time talking today about process, and I'm talking today, and I like to compare this to going from process and research and development now to product, what we actually have on the roads. And so if you've been in a manufacturing setting, that's kind of what I'm going to be talking about a little bit today. Hopefully get this to work okay. Looks good. So I want to focus on our 3 strategic goals that we've talked about that for many, many years. But first one, 0 crashes, injuries, and fatalities. And what are we doing in Region 1 to help with that? Our number 1 single cause of fatality crash type for fatalities is usually single vehicle run off the road. And so one of the things that we focused on in Region 1, that's not just this past year, it's been several years. And I would dare say UDOT is keeping people from running off the road. And then you do that with cable barrier, you do that with concrete barrier. There's a couple locations where we've done this around the region. We just came to you last month and asked for some up Ogden Canyon to keep people from running off the road. And if we can keep them on the road and redirect them, we have a much better chance of saving their lives. And so we focused several things. One of them, as you see, the cable barrier on Legacy Parkway was one. The I-15 that just in Weber and Davis County that's just coming to the very tail end of its construction.
is another one that we've added some barrier to in a few places. Brett Slater is who's here, is our project manager on that one and did an outstanding job. And then we've got one coming up that's taking care of some cable barrier up on 84 in Morgan County. And then, as I spoke before, the Ogden Canyon. These are all projects, and it's more of a, these aren't, this isn't earth-shattering stuff. It's pretty basic stuff, but it's stuff we do all the time. And as Carlos mentioned, safety is part of all of our projects. And so we focus on improving those safety appurtenances, and we've been specifically looking at barrier in Region 1. Secondly, preserve infrastructure, and this is an interesting project, and I've kind of purposely left out a lot of the bigger projects because you hear a lot about those on the tours, and so I focus more on some of the things that have interesting pieces of them, but are still very important projects. This one is preserve infrastructure, and you may not think about this a lot, but there's 3 different entities that had big construction projects on Washington Boulevard last year, and one of them is still going on, and that's the Ogden BRT project. Ogden City also had a water line that they needed to have replaced. We had a pavement preservation or good roads cost less philosophy. All of these things had to happen within a year. And so we coordinated, and again, Brett had a big part in this, but we coordinated with Ogden City. They went in first, they installed their water line. The BRT came and did their work, and then we went over the top and paved over the widening and everything that they had to do. So we weren't in there fighting against each other. It was a big coordination. And I think working with transit, working with a local government to make sure that in the end, the product was the thing that the citizens saw, and it turned out to be a great project. And if you drive through there, it's a nice smooth pavement, and it should last us for a good 10, 15 years. And the final one is optimize mobility. And those of you who have driven through this over the past few years know that it's been a long time coming. The construction's gone on for a long time, but I drive this every day, or most every day, and have noticed the difference. Of course, I drive the opposite direction of traffic, so I've noticed that there's no longer the backing on the northbound side in the evening when I'm driving home. It's essentially added that express lane all the way from Layton Parkway to Hillfield, it goes all the way from, yes, Layton Parkway to Riverdale Road. I was going to say Hillfield Road, it's Riverdale Road. And so it's added that. There's a few odds and ends to clean up on this project. The express lane is currently not open yet, but it will be within a month or so here. Quickly on contingency projects, and I'm not going to read through all of these. I've got a few highlighted that I wanted to share, but what we focus on here are small things that make a big deal to local governments. Some of these are studies, some of these are trails or sidewalks. I'm going to highlight a couple of those, but as you can see, it's a lot of small projects, and I think this makes a big difference in our local communities, and helps us to coordinate and helps us to plan a little bit better our needs. The first one is a pedestrian pathway along Bear Lake. This is a project that's been going and will continue to go for a long time, and there's a dream of having a path all the way around the lake. And this was to extend part of that path. Ridge County had some money, they built part of it, and then we added in some money to extend that path and to make it a little bit, to go a little bit farther with that money. So that was a coordination with Ridge County. Another one, Kaysville came to me last year about this time and said, hey, is there anything you can do with this state road? This is where kids go to school, the sidewalk's falling apart. Is there anything we can do with this? And we were able to come up with some money, and this is the perfect type of project that we do with this contingency money. And we were able to put it in there and repair the sidewalk. And this one involved a transfer where Kaysville City actually constructed it, and we just transferred the money to them with an interlocal agreement. Worked out really well. And the last one, again, small project. Sunset City came to us. This is an area that has the transit stops are on the other side of the road. We do have some crossings through here. We're looking at some other things, but one thing they asked us to do, it's only $20,000, was is there any way that we can help them with the lighting in this area so it's more visible for folks that are crossing over to the transit stops. And so we participated with $20,000 to improve the street lighting on Main Street there in Sunset. So anyway, are there any questions? Oh, wait, one more. I forgot about this one. This was, again, another path on Redwood Road with North Salt Lake to help them to extend their trail on Redwood Road. And any questions? Okay.
Rob, too.
You got this? Am I doing this? Okay, thank you. I just want to give credit where credit's due. I did not put this together. Brad put this together. Brad Palmer is our program manager. I'm nothing but the talking head up here to all of the work that the people do, so I appreciate it, Brad. Nathan, thank you. Okay, just an overview of the projects that we're going to go over, similar to what Rob went over. The first one we're highlighting is the zero crashes, injuries, and fatalities goal. Like Rob and Carlos mentioned, every project we do has an element of safety in it. The one we wanted to highlight here was there's a bridge that had a flyover ramp from US 40 to I-80, had a big bump on it. And with the safety issue with bumps isn't just a surprise, it's your tires start to lose friction with the roadway. And this particular area, it's a flyover, so you're losing friction as you're going around a corner. So this project was to essentially take that bump out, and while we were doing it, replace the deteriorated concrete. You can see, whenever you can see rebar in concrete, it's not a good thing. Just a picture showing it using the polyester concrete. Neat stuff. If you got questions, hit me on the bus. Second one that we want to highlight was optimized mobility. And this was the Mid-Valley Highway. So Tooele County for years and years and years has really only had two major state routes that have served it. One was SR 36, the other was 138, more towards the Grantsville side. This new highway basically intersects the two of those from I-80. It'll eventually go all the way down to closer to the depot, but this was the first phase of it. And so we just wanted to highlight this. This is one of those projects that we've received a lot of feedback from the people of Tooele County that has really, really helped out the traffic, not just for the people that are using this, but it also reduces the demand on SR 36. So it's been a highly beneficial project for the Tooele County residents. Brand new highways are always fun for us. Neat. Okay, the third one that I wanted to highlight is from a preserve the infrastructure. Again, this is transportation solutions funding. So when we talk about the ability for us to solve a lot of the issues we have, transportation solutions is one of those pots of money that really is beneficial for us. This is 32 culverts along I-80, really in the Tooele County area. Culverts originally installed with the construction of I-80, and you're seeing this throughout the state. The degrading, need to be replaced. So 32 of these we were able to accomplish. You can see here, there's all sorts of different kinds of culverts that we have, and some of these pictures illustrate the deterioration. This project, right, these projects, for me as a Region 2 director, these are the projects that I probably get commented on the most from the people and residents of Region 2. The Bangor Highway interchange projects. It's an incredible quality of life game changer for the people that commute along Bangor Highway and have to intersect Bangor Highway. Incredibly valuable projects. This particular project, and it's just wrapping up, is the intersections of 6200 South, 104 South, and 126 South. And you can see for future funding, we're doing the continuation of these projects along Bangor Highway. You can see snow. Now this is called snow. Contingency projects, highlight a few of these. I think like's been mentioned, really what we strive to do with the region contingency projects is partner with the local entities and share in funding sources. So really, we value mostly projects where we're sharing portions of the project cost, not burdening or taking on the entire project cost. This is a great one, avalanche detection. So when we do avalanche mitigation in the Little Cottonwood Canyons or in both canyons, we use a variety of sources to trigger those, but we need to know if the triggering worked, right? So we have monitoring equipment that's set up that allows us to both assess the effectiveness of our avalanche mitigation, as well as know when other avalanches that we did not try to trigger come down. Great technology, but it's outdated and it needed to be replaced. We just physically could not get the parts to maintain the system anymore. So this project is the replacement of that existing system. And what's great about this is it's a pooled fund research study. So it's research that's being conducted in the canyons that we benefit from the equipment that's being left in place. I'll just point out the really neat thing about this is in the bottom left over here, you can see that this equipment was able to pick up the earthquakes that happened around Tonga when they just happened. So incredibly sophisticated equipment, and it helps to triangulate both like where we may have triggered an avalanche and where it ran out to. The next two are just wildlife fencing. Again, we try to do everything we can to partner with the local entities on this. This particular one, we worked with DWR, where we provided money for the materials, and the dedicated hunter program installed the fencing. This one right here, this was a continued effort of us partnering with a group called Save People Save Wildlife. And Save People Save Wildlife actually go and do fundraising events to get the public to contribute funding for these sorts of projects. And then we match those funds with this, incredibly valuable for that area. Any questions?
Yeah, that group is interesting because they started, their approach initially was really to kind of throw stones at us. And they were very, very critical. And they got to know what? Oh, but they kind of got to know us, and they started working in partnership. And now it's really a nice partnership to see how this is working.
Okay. Questions? Rob 3.
Rob Clayton, Region 3. I appreciate this opportunity to report on our use of transportation solutions and contingency. So all of the projects that I'll talk about involve those funding sources. I want to add to what's already been shared by the other regions. We put a lot of effort into coordinating with our local partners. This year, in this calendar year, we'll have 180 coordination meetings with 31 entities. So we put a lot of effort into understanding what the challenges are in the communities, and this I think represents a good use of the funds with all of that feedback. I'll put that in. First project that I want to highlight is the Udot pedestrian bridge. We used transportation solutions funds on this project. Most of you probably, a lot of you drove under this on your way down here. It's an impressive structure. There's a lot of unique efforts to get this constructed. We actually have some really good usage data on this. There were 170,000 crossings of this bridge in the first year of its existence. And that included the weird COVID time when they had hybrid schedules and things. So I really think this bridge will just increase in its usage. And that does imply a reduction of trips using our system and using the interchange and the freeway index. So I think this was a really good investment.
Boy, they sure do as well. Thank you. I had a big sign, should have a sign that brought to you courtesy of UDOT, UVA roads, because it's a huge hit down here. Thank you.
Very good. Next one I want to talk about, if you drove northbound I-15 in American Fork with a trailer, I don't have to say anything else because you've experienced this. We had an issue with 3 bridges built in the core project that didn't quite go the way the designers intended, and it resulted in you can see right behind that pickup truck, there's a significant hump that had to do with some settlement that occurred. And there was a unique solution that involved polymer concrete, where we removed the surface of the roadway and then put back varying thicknesses of the polymer concrete. And this is a shot of that process. And if you drove it over since we fixed it, you don't even know that the bridges are there. So it's much, much better. That was $4 million of transportation solutions. This 500 West project in Provo, this was another, this had both TIF and Transportation Solutions project funding on it. Working with the community, we identified some elements that were added to this project, including the bike intersection at 300 North. That signal serves only bicycles that ties to their bike path. And we were able to develop some improvements to the project to better serve the community. The commission, each year, we've proposed $2.5 million of drainage improvements. And here's 2 different types of those drainage improvements. We had a significant effort last year on US 40, 89, 121, and 44. Depending on the condition of the pipe, you'll slide an insert in, and what's pictured on the far left is the crew in the process of snapping on a new section, and then they'll slide that into the culvert and then repeat that process. And then on the right is a process where a liner is inserted into the pipe, and then using some chemicals and water or air pressure, the pipe is expanded, or the material is expanded, and then it cures in place, and basically you have like a new pipe. We've done a lot of these projects to improve the quality of our drainage systems. Our maintenance folks love that. This was a great example here. This is State Street in Roosevelt. The city had a local joint highway project to widen this to have a consistent lane width or lane configuration north-south. And they had planned to put sidewalks along this roadway, but they ran out of money. And it wasn't a lot of money, it was $100,000, but they had cut out the sidewalk portion of it. And it connects kind of the part of their business area with their city offices, and there's a park over there. And so we were able to add contingency funds to that project to help them provide that connectivity with their pedestrian facilities. Another great example, there's a new middle school in Lehigh. This is at Center Street and on SR 92. The middle school's pictured there. The school district's plan was to bus students across SR 92. There wasn't supposed to be anybody walking. We don't have any pedestrian facilities along SR 92. They're supposed to use the trail that's provided. Well, as soon as it opened, students were using. We found out that they were running across at the signal without any pedestrian facilities. So we, like I said, we coordinate closely with our partners. Within 3 weeks, we had, working with Lehigh City, we had all the sidewalk installed, the changes made at the traffic signal, and the striping changed. So we had all that in place, which is pretty much warp speed in our world. Another example on US 6 in Eureka. This is just a chip seal project, but there are some needs to upgrade curb and gutter, sidewalk, ADA ramps in front of the high school in Eureka and the district offices there. We were able to add some contingency funds to accomplish that. This is a list of our contingency projects. Last year, I told you to date in fiscal 21 what we had done. This is a full accounting of those funds. We served 12 communities with 21 projects, 1.5 million. And then to date, in 22, we've created 23 projects with 16 communities served, and we've still got 500,000 to cover. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, sir.
Back on the American Fork Bridge, how long after the contract was out and finished, I mean, what was the bump? Did you not pay for it? Fix it?
Yeah, we did. It wasn't immediately apparent to the degree that it had developed by the time we fixed it. The issue was accelerating when we fixed it. And there was actually a conscious decision made to approach it this way. There were some funds set aside for maintenance, but those were reprogrammed by the commission onto other projects. So that's why we had to use transportation solutions.
Begging me to do this.
Is that how it works?
Yeah, we really, really wanted this opportunity.
So Nathan, if you didn't want to-
We wanted to break up the, we wanted to break up the theme of Rob, and Rick. So throw in Monty. But I am going to stick with the same theme of talking about our reserve, or our zero fatalities, reserve infrastructure capability, along with contingency. So the first project I want to talk about is a project on SR 130 from I-15 to Enoch. And this included transportation solutions funding that we added to that project to increase shoulders. We started off looking at this project thinking it was going to end up being a 5-lane section from I-15 to Enoch. As we got further into it, we realized that we could do some operational changes to the off-ramps that are on I-15 and then look at what the needs were on the core of SR 130 and then specifically at the intersection of 130 and Mid Valley Road. We had a series of serious and fatal accidents at that location, a high-speed rural intersection. And so we came about with the proposal of putting in a roundabout. And our team did a great job working with the locals. And as with most places in rural Utah, when you start talking roundabout, that gets people a little excited and concerned. But we worked through those issues and built a nice project there for them. This shows the roundabout. And then these show some of the operational improvements along the top there, what we did with the off-ramp on I-15 to provide the 2 left turns and the right turn going to SR 130, having the center permissive passing lane and then the shoulders for helping out with active transportation. So we hit a lot of boxes with this project, and it's been a very, very good success for us. I called Rob Dotson last week. He's the city manager for Enoch. I said, okay, Rob, you've lived with this for a few months. How's it going? And he said, it's unbelievable. He said, this is the highlight of our city. He said, it's unbelievable. The way it functions, the way it, this is going to be a quote. I'll give you a quote from Rob. He said, this highway, this roundabout caters to the traveling public as they enter Enoch. And I thought, wow, getting him lined up with Elizabeth's group to work on some PA, public service announcements for us.
Can we paint it first? Can we put art around the concrete? Monty, have we had any accidents there? I mean, I remember hearing about a horse trailer that was going too fast with this originally kind of just initially there and they weren't anticipating, but have we had any issues?
Post-project, I don't believe there's been any accidents. So there certainly hasn't been any serious crashes. There certainly hasn't been any serious crashes.
It's typical with roundabouts who reduce severity. Sometimes you just see an increase in crashes, side swipes, and those types of things. We would definitely decrease.
Okay, continuing on. The next project I want to talk about is preserve infrastructure. Now, in and of itself, a $9.7 million pavement rehab project, that's very important. It's what we do. It's really critical to keeping our system on the good roads cost less path. And this one, as you can see, went from Bryce Canyon Junction to Henryville. But the bigger story behind this is the fact that
There's 123 miles of SR12 in Region 4. Over the past 5 years, we've done projects on 110 miles at a total of $47 million. So the thank you that was mentioned earlier about the low volume road and the funding for that, I want to extend that because it's extremely important to us in Region 4. We have, in fact, of that low volume category, we have 67%, about 2/3 of the low volume highways are in Region 4. So commissioners, thank you. Commissioner Fantastic, thank you for when you were a senator pushing for that, because it's extremely important to our region, and it's been very, very helpful to help us achieve those goals of preserving infrastructure.
Monty, I think that's the best road in the States. I've been over that several times. I just love it.
It's in phenomenal. We have when I talk about the 47 million and the 110, I forgot to say that that does include a project that we have in Escalante this summer. And so not quite 110 miles yet, but we're getting there. And it is, I agree with you. It's a beautiful ride. Fantastic ride.
Safety from the shoulders to the right, the bikes on it.
It's really, really a beautiful place to go. The next one I want to talk about is optimized mobility. We decided to highlight the completion of connection of Southern Parkway from I-15 to SR9 on this project. This last 8-mile section was built at a cost of $75 million, and it has made a huge difference in the Wasatch, in the Washington County area, in the connection. This entire portion you see starts at there just west of Sandola Reservoir and then connects to SR9 on the north. The entire segment is within the city of Hurricane. And along with that, show here that it completes the route all the way from I-15 to SR9. Along with that, we've built 8 regionally significant interchanges, and there's been 3 local interchanges that have been primarily development driven that have also been built. There's others that are under consideration that locals are interested in. But this has served a great service to the Washington County area and to the development, to access to the airport. And my understanding is there's substantial growth is happening and proposed large-scale commercial growth and things of that nature that are taking place. So this has been a great project. Just anecdotally, planning for this started in the 1990s. The EIS was done in 2005. Construction began in 2007, and then we're able to make the final connection this past year in 2021.
Are you driving this in a few minutes?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, and we'll be absolutely. You're going to be driving on this and get to see it firsthand. Absolutely. Next one I wanted to focus on was the quality of life, and you all got to see this firsthand in November when we were in Moab. We thought it was worth mentioning again. You know, just the challenges associated with that project, but we really do believe that this had a great impact on the quality of life, not only for the residents of Moab that had to deal with all of the congestion and backup and the challenges of getting through one end of town to the other, but also for all of those 5 million visitors that go there every year. This is a huge quality of life issue that should serve the community very, very well, and not just the community, but all of us, all visitors, people that go there. It's a place that my family goes quite often. And it's a lot less embarrassing to go there now with others, knowing that I work for the Department of Transportation and not sitting in long queues that would go well back to the park entrance and beyond. But this had all kinds of features in it. You know, one of the biggest challenges and one of the reasons why it took so long was the drainage issue. But we were able to coordinate with the community and get their partnership and engagement. Great project built with a very interesting construction challenges. It's something that we just don't see that often in Region 4 of this type. That's been a very great project for us. And then again, talking about contingency, you see our list of our projects there. There's a few here that I want to highlight to stay with the trend. We had our Safe Sidewalks program last year. We had 3 that we were able to fund with that program. We had so many great applications. We had 6 other communities. Aurora, Beaver, Cleveland, Emory, Mount Pleasant, Tropic, that we decided to fund additional sidewalk projects with them because their applications were really great, and we thought that would be a real benefit to those communities. Another one in Kane County I wanted to highlight was the sand caves. You know, it's amazing what social media has done for all of the secret spots in southern Utah. The spots that mostly locals knew, but people visit them, they post them on their Facebook, they put them on their Instagram, and next thing you know, we've got a lot of people, which is great. It's great to have the people come visit those facilities, but it creates a lot of challenges for us. And so we are partnered with King County to work on putting some parking in there to help get those folks literally just pulling up on the side of US 89 and running across the road. And this would be a great project to help with that. The last one I want to talk about real quick is a multi-use path in Salina. Sevier County has been very proactive for a long time in getting multi-use paths throughout the county. And they had, previous to this, had focused a lot on the south end of the county, in the Richfield area, Richfield, Monroe, Elsinore, down in that area. And this was the first time we've been able to work on a project going to on the north end of the valley up towards Salina. And this will prove to be a fantastic project as well. We hope that it'll be able to provide an opportunity to get a lot of those active transportation and recreationalists, quite frankly, off of the highway and onto the path, into a much safer environment. Exactly 2:30.
Nice job.
Reeled it in. Thanks, guys.
Before you pack and go, I'm gonna ask you a big favor. Region directors and staff with a lot of time, talent, and money for our tours and local area representation. Please, when you get on the bus, be reverent. Use good voice, spring voice, because we want to hear them. We want to hear what they've done for us. And if you want to make a point to talk to Ben, Ben's going to be in the back of the bus. You sit there and whisper. And the commission, if you don't mind, listen in the front so you can see and hear better the projects that we have to show today. Please, thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Bye. Have a good tour.